Check, check, check. Could the translators do a quick 5 to 10 count, first on English, then on French? Thank you.
English 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Switching to French. English 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Going to French.
That's great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to start in about 1 minute. I want to get out of here at some point. Go. No worries. Okay, pretty good. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. We're going to get started. So welcome everyone to the Community Services Committee for Wednesday, June 26, 2024. Before we commence, I do want to acknowledge that Ottawa is located on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, dont les cultures à la présence enrichie et continue d'enrichir cette terre. We have Council Conseillère Plante is just running a little bit late. She will be here. And I know that we have regrets from Councillor Troster just for the beginning of the meeting. And Councillor Carr is here, but then she will have to step away. It's a busy season, although everybody's children are graduating, and then there's all sorts of end of year school programs. So we'll try to get through this and keep quorum. I'll ask the committee coordinator to do the roll call.
Councillor Brown.
Here.
Councillor Carr.
Present.
Councillor Desroches.
Here.
Councillor Hill.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Councillor Plante. Councillor Troster. Vice Chair Bradley.
Here.
Chair Dudas.
Je présent.
You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have no declarations of interest. Can I have confirmation of the minutes from Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024? Are those minutes confirmed? Okay. We have a response to inquiries. It's the social service providers with religious affiliations. Did anyone wish to lift that item onto the agenda, or can we receive that item?
Yeah, let's hold that. I might speak to a couple points on that a bit.
We need 2/3 vote. So in order to lift it to the agenda, we do need the agreement of the committee. Do I have agreement of the committee to lift it onto the agenda? Now, actually, Councillor Hill, is it just a quick question to staff? Because we can get through that right now. Or would you like to hold it?
Yeah, I'd like
the
to hold it.
end.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so we'll hold that item. Item 5.1 is the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy Update. And we do have a presentation on this from Paul Levine and Cale Brown. And we do have delegations as well. So if I can ask staff to come to the desk, and we'll commence with the presentation. And forgive me, Clara, not Paul, is here to present.
Good morning, committee, and thank you, Chair. Beside me is Cale Brown, Manager of Homelessness Programs, excuse me, within our Community and Social Services Department. The team is here today to deliver an update on the accomplishments and the current work underway as part of the Integrated Transition to Housing Strategy. The strategy was approved by Council last July. And while we will be talking about accomplishments achieved in the past year, the pre-work for many of these started as much as 3 years ago. What the integrated strategy did was focus our efforts on the pressure in the singles shelter system and on the specific work that needs to be done to end chronic homelessness. La stratégie intégrée de transition au logement a été approuvée par le Conseil le juillet passé en 2023. Son développement a été déclenché par une augmentation de la demande dans le système de refuge pour adultes seuls. Les centres de distanciation physique et de débordement d'urgence ont été ouverts dans les centres de loisirs au début de la pandémie afin de réduire les capacités des refuges communautaires et ainsi permettre la distanciation physique. Depuis, ils servent de capacité de débordement critique. L'équipe a travaillé fort pour y arriver. En passant par l'identification des installations potentielles, au travail pour obtenir toutes les approbations nécessaires au suivi des données sur la demande, à l'aménagement des installations et au soutien des clients pour effectuer des transitions en douceur. There are many accomplishments that Kale is going to go into detail a little bit more about in a minute, but I wanted to just highlight a few that stood out for me in some of the briefing documents provided by the team. In a year of incredible demand on our shelter system, in the physical distancing centers, overflow shelters alone, 360 people have been housed. This is an incredible number and represents a significant effort on the part of city staff to focus on supporting people to move quickly out of a shelter system. 177 new supportive housing units have opened or are about to open or on stream. Again, an incredible number. 423 new beds have been added into the system, transitional housing and supportive housing system, and specifically 200 new beds for newcomers, working with Matthew House and other partners such as Stepstone House. The team has been not only responding to urgent critical needs, but also looking to the future and planning with community partners to ensure that long-term we can affect some change in the system. Our department has not accomplished these things alone, of course. We have counted on incredible partnership from city departments across the city of Ottawa, and in particular, Recreation, Culture, and Facilities Services. And we all know the Dan's team has worked with us in lockstep to respond to an urgent and critical demand for shelter. Strategic Initiatives, the new department, specifically the Realty Initiatives team, who have, with our team, reviewed close to 1,000 properties across the city over the last several years to see what we could do to bring more capacity into our system. Infrastructure services, planning, development, and building services, and fire services have all been integral partners. And as we always do in community and social services, because community, after all, is in our name, we have community service partners that we count on each and every day. And in particular for this integrated strategy, the Alliance to End Homelessness, the Interim Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table, who co-created this strategy with us last year, service partners who continue to support clients in need in these challenging times, day in and day out, and who work with us on side of desk sometimes, because that's all they can do to implement other innovative strategies. And of course, I want to acknowledge federal and provincial partners, other levels of government with their much needed funding support and policy changes from time to time that have made a significant difference. So all of this couldn't be done without all this collaboration. And I would like to thank our team, first of all, our staff, and all of our community partners, both inside the city and outside. So thank you, Miigwech, and I would like to now pass it on to Kale for the presentation.
Thank you, Clara. Next slide, please. So the strategy has two overarching objectives, which align with the broader strategies in the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. The first of which being is that everyone who wants to access a shelter bed has the ability to do so. And the second is that chronic homelessness is eliminated. As part of setting out that vision, we have included a view to build new supportive housing hub over the long term. To do this, the integrated transitions to housing strategy outlines a number of short, medium, and long-term initiatives ranging from 5 years to the immediate, and progress has been made on all of these initiatives to date. These aim to support singles in the adult shelter system, addressing the immediate shelter pressures in the adult shelter system, exiting the operation of physical distancing centers and that are used for emergency overflow, and clear council direction that these need to be returned to their intended use as soon as possible. Next slide. So I'd like to speak a little bit about the accomplishments of some of these initiatives that have been detailed in the report. The city is also happy to announce that we have recently been collaborating with the YMCA to maximize the use of transitional housing space in the broader system. Over the summer, families that are now being supported in transitional housing at the YMCA will move to the new Corkstown Transitional Housing Program, which will allow for families to be served at one primary location, providing targeted wraparound supports on site, as well as maximizing the capacity at Corkstown. The transition will then allow the YMCA team to accommodate singles experiencing homelessness to better meet the need of singles and support a transition out of those emergency operation overflow centers. The second update is that on July 2nd, Finance and Corporate Services Committee will consider a report to proceed with the acquisition of a property at 1754 St. Joseph Boulevard. And if approved, this sale closes successfully. The existing building could be used to support up to 150 single clients, primarily newcomers. These two updates are a testament to all the work underway and the speed at which these new initiatives are onboarded. Now, to speak specifically to the slide, there's been continued focus on housing. As Claire had mentioned, we've housed over 360 people from those overflow operation centers operating in community centers, which included 161 clients that were supported through an enhanced housing allowance program that was co-designed by the community to provide a subsidy that would help us access more private market rentals. I also want to recognize that physical distancing center emergency operations are not the only group in the community that are helping us flow people out of the shelter system. Our community partners have done an immense amount of work housing people directly from unsheltered homelessness, as well as from the shelters. There have also been 177 supportive housing units opened or under construction over the last year. We ensured everyone who needed a shelter bed was able to access one by adding 365 spaces to these temporary overflow sites through the past winter. This increased capacity through the addition of bunk beds at existing sites and the opening of the Heron Physical Distancing Center and the Lanark Temporary Emergency Overnight Center. Working towards stabilizing the shelter system with 423 new transitional shelter beds are added or under development, which includes a very innovative transition of an office space at 230 Queen Street, which will provide transitional housing, the relocation and expansion of Cornerstone Emergency Shelter Services, which has actually tripled their capacity, providing more space to serve women. We also opened 17 new newcomer reception homes and transitional homes, which will support 164 more newcomers. The city is working with these agencies to leverage the city and broad shelter system opportunities to further support growth. The integrated transition to housing also identifies the supportive housing hub, which will be located at Kilbourne. In September 2023, council approved the purchase of 1245 Kilbourne Place, which is an 8.7 acre parcel of land with an existing 3-story residential and office building. A comprehensive multi-tiered project plan is being developed, which will include sector and community consultation to form the initial vision for this site. This site will be developed further with support from the Strategic Initiatives Department and will co-lead the initiative with Community and Social Services. Per council direction, motions passed from November 2023, the city is also actively advancing the option of potential newcomer reception centers through the installation of sprung structures and working with the federal government on resources to better support newcomers in Ottawa. Of course, this is a high-level summary of the accomplishments to date, with the committee report providing a more detailed breakdown. Next slide, please. Despite all the success in the integrated transition to housing strategy, the single adult shelter system experienced exponential growth over the last year. As you can see from the chart here, in the past year, demand represented by the yellow line, the system is currently serving 55% more newcomer clients than last year, and our temporary sites are providing 37% of total capacity to support single adults in the system. In addition to this demand, there are also 260 people living unsheltered, and we hit highs as high as 300 last year. Up to 30 people are seated in chairs every night and continue to be at the Ottawa Mission. We also have 45 to 60 clients who are served each night at Center 507, which is a day program now providing 24/7 operations. There was a significant jump in demand last year between October and January, coming from the months and telling we should expect demand to increase or stabilize. Next slide, please. So our team and partners are closely working to monitor demand, and we continue with the implementation of the initiatives that were mentioned here today. And we are in ongoing conversations with both the federal and provincial governments about resources to support newcomers in the broader shelter system. We've also started planning for next winter. Some of these plans include leveraging permanent capacity within the broader shelter system. As I mentioned, the YMCA is an innovative strategy to support that. Explore new models of service delivery, such as warming centers outside of city facilities, of course, in areas such as churches. We continue to support newcomer reception center sector conversations with the Immigration, Refugee, and Citizenship Canada. And in Q4, we will update the council on winter plans for 2024-25 and provide a strategy surrounding those medium-term objectives. This time is required to monitor demand over the summer, solidify plans and schedules for initiatives underway, and work with our community partners to inform the best initiatives to support the broader system and what we're seeing coming. To support the context around the integrated transition to housing strategy, community and social services in Q3 2024 will provide an updated long-range financial plan, which will be brought forward to council and considered as part of the 2025 budget process. In 2025, we will also be working on a refresh to our 10-year housing and homelessness plan. That concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So I know that Councillor Carr does have to leave shortly. We do have one delegation. So we're going to move to the delegation. Then I'll ask Councillor Carr to read in your motion. And that way we'll have an opportunity to ask staff. Oh.
I think it's a direction now, Chair. Can we have the
direction?
delegation first and I'll do that after?
Sorry, I have the committee coordinator just asking me a question. Just 1 second, Councillor Carr. Okay, that's wonderful, Councillor Carr. So we're going to go to the delegation and then we'll go straight to you. Perfect, because I understand there's some work behind the scenes. So we have one delegation, Calla Barnett from Action Sandy Hill, and I believe Calla is online.
I am. Hi.
Hi, Calla. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to delegate today. I'm the interim chair of Action Sandy Hill and a member of the Sandy Hill Community Liaison Committee. I'm an advocate for 2 LGBTQIA+ rights. I'm a community-based advocate in Sandy Hill, and I'm also a policy analyst and a policy consultant, mostly with GBA+ expertise, but other expertise too. I recognize my white privilege and my cisgender privilege as a cisgender woman. I'm also a single queer disabled parent. I am here to talk about temporary shelters, specifically. The housing stuff is awesome. But within the main goals of everyone who needs and wants access to a shelter bed can access one, and the elimination of chronic homelessness. The goals are worthy. I 100% support them. And I appreciate the city is recognizing the need for additional shelter beds, especially with refugees arriving in Ottawa with nowhere to go. I'm among those who believe that they should not flee violence and persecution in their home countries, only to arrive in Canada and be told that a place like the shelter at Murray and King Edward is the best we can do. Unfortunately, we continue to say that those who are not refugees, that's what we say to them. We say that to people with addictions. We say that to the precariously housed. We say that to anyone and everyone arriving in Ottawa to access services that are unique to our city. And it seems that the best we can do is mega shelters and converted community centers, mostly in low-income neighborhoods. As a side note, We in the low-income neighborhoods have come to believe that these neighborhoods are being targeted for over-concentration of these services because people with low incomes are too busy fighting to survive themselves to complain in a way that high-earning bureaucrats and service providers will take seriously before they go home to Nepean, Chelsea, Barrhaven, or Orleans, to safely live away from the chaos their policies create. But I digress. What we have done is force the congregation of hundreds, if not thousands of people suffering from homelessness into a very small area of the city of Ottawa. Some live with substance use disorder, some are newcomers, some have been chronically homeless and living at the shelter for decades. Yet, when someone asks for help in Westboro, for example, they're given a taxi chit to the downtown core. When a person sleeping in their car in Canada goes to the hospital, they're encouraged to go downtown to the downtown core for services. Service providers like to talk about meeting people where they are, but that's not what's happening. There are no services for people in the city who are experiencing substance use disorders or need of system navigation supports or mental health supports or need housing supports unless they come to the downtown core. I find that disingenuous at best. Meanwhile, estimates have put the number of people refusing to use the mega shelters in Ottawa's downtown core between 260 and 300. People who refuse to go to shelters and others with lived experience in the shelter system have been clear that the mega shelters are dangerous. They sleep with their shoes on. Their few belongings are often stolen or destroyed, and violence is common. With the new mega shelter that is opening in Vanier, yet another low-income neighborhood, it's time to change how we approach the temporary shelter system. While they may be more cost-effective as they are in a siloed space, right? One shelter is more cost-effective than multiple. They're not cost-effective for the city as a whole in terms of accessing emergency services or accessing other types of services that everybody needs to maintain those mega shelters. And it's not cost-effective for the clients. So I propose a different approach to temporary shelters. Put simply, food insecurity impacts all of us across the city. All of us. There's food banks everywhere, right? We have 1 or 2 or 3 per neighborhood, per ward. Food insecurity and housing insecurity are in fact the same root causes. If there's food insecurity, housing insecurity will follow unless something is done. So then would it not stand to reason that if a food bank is needed in a particular location, a temporary shelter is also needed? Would it not be more effective to keep people in the neighborhoods where they've built community rather than sending them into what is called often an open air prison downtown? I ask you to consider opening small temporary shelters that contain 6 to 10 beds, as well as showers, laundry, and common room everywhere that there is a food bank in this city. And let's truly meet people where they are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We do have one question from Councillor Plante.
Thank you so much, Calla. And I do want to give a shout out to our food banks in Sandy Hill, for Wiggins and St. Joseph's. I know they are doing the best they can in some very challenging circumstances. I was just wondering if you could talk about, because you did bring up the fact that like it's the low acuity shelters that we have in Ward 12. What impact has that had on the residents who are either housed or precariously housed?
I'm sorry, do you mean high acuity shelters?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, essentially, it just means that our children, for example, in Vanier, where their new mega shelter is going, and we have the, what do we call it? Overflow site, just another shelter in Vanier. So that means that the low-income kids in Vanier can't access city services in Vanier. But everybody uses bicycles because they're low income. We can't afford vehicles. And so they can't actually get to a different community center. What it means is that children in the area at daycares, at schools, and in their homes are targeted. Sometimes recently someone was targeted by a known sex offender. Their children were targeted by known sex offenders. What it means is that we witness sex trafficking and human trafficking. It means that we witness overdoses. It means that we find dead bodies. It means that we are accosted walking down the street. It means that when we call 911, they ask us to check on people who then, if you administer naloxone, sometimes they fight you, sometimes they hit you. It means that if we don't administer naloxone, we may not get a 911 response. It means that we're not taken seriously when we call and ask for help. It means that we have to look at hate graffiti. It means that I can just go on and on and on. We experience so many significant problems in the downtown core, and it's as a result of there being a lack of services in the rest of the city.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Callum. We have no other delegations at this time, correct? Wonderful. So before we go to questions to staff, I am going to ask Councillor Carr to read in her direction.
Hey, thanks very much, Chair. And it's been, this is a direction to staff, but the reason it's being presented in speaking to the volumes of people that we're seeing and the needs of the community are very, very strong. And we are doing a lot of wraparound support services with relation to the integrated housing strategy. The direction is staff within the Community Social Services Department work with the Coalition of Community Health Centers to determine the cost benefit of providing support for an increased number of income tax clinics to support the increase in individuals requiring these services, and that staff report back on this as part of the poverty reduction strategy to be presented to committee in Q3 2024.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. And is our staff comfortable with taking this direction?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Thank you, Clara. We also have a direction from Councillor Plante.
Oui, merci. Okay, I do have a question and I'll read it and then I have a question before we see if it will be accepted. Okay. The Housing and Homeless Service staff be directed to provide an update to committee and council in Q4 2024, outlining the approach anticipated timelines to phase out the use of physical distancing centers operating in city recreational facilities. Just a very quick question, and I apologize. I had an event this morning, so I didn't see all the back and forth on it, but if we do Q4 2024 for my community, that means Bernard-Gramé will not be able to open in time for 2024. Is that correct?
I would have to defer that question, Chair, to Dan.
Chair, as far as we know, we are on schedule. I mean, there is a ramp up period for this. And as we had done with previous reopenings, we will make it flexible so that the allocations, if we're making allocations for ice time, that it will then be supplemental to our main allocation block for at least the first season till we know that we have a more permanent availability. We are doing the same thing. I've had discussions with Councillor Carr. We are doing the same thing with Dempsey in terms of providing flexible programs so that should we need to cancel, the fallout is less drastic.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was just a little, but I'm fine with are you guys okay with the Q4 2024 deadline?
Yes, we are, Chair.
Perfect. Okay, and then you'll keep me posted, Dan, for the dates for, I understand it may not be August specific, but you will keep me posted for the dates, either 2024, 2025 for the reopening of ComEd.
Absolutely, Councillor, we will.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay, merci. Now, if anyone has any questions to staff. Vice Chair Bradley.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, staff, for the presentation. I had a couple questions. One, on the 360 individuals that you were able to house over the past year, that's a great number. Could you maybe elaborate on how you were successful at getting them housed? Was it the enhanced housing allowance? Did they get a spot on OCH? Was it a supportive unit that opened up? I just want to understand where your success was with that.
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. There was a number. So our primary and quickest exits from shelter were the 161 enhanced housing allowance benefits. That was a very successful program, but of course comes at a significant cost. So what we're primarily using now is the Canada-Ontario Housing Benefit, which is a joint federal provincial program, which provides much more stable on-term stability for housing benefits. So that program currently operates if you get those benefits for 7 years total. And then there is a smaller number that receive rent geared to income housing offers, but primarily it is the enhanced housing allowance benefit and rent geared to income. COB, or the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit.
Is the enhanced housing allowance fully city funded?
It is.
And what is the amount per individual?
So it varies. So it's based on the actual market rent. So what we did is we did a review of all the available market rents in the city. So we didn't use the Canada Mortgage Housing Corporation average market rents. So it did provide a much deeper subsidy than what's available through the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, which does use that CMHC calculation. So the total cost to the city for the program is about $2.2 million a year.
Thank you very much. My next question, and Kayla, I know you said it in your presentation, but I think I missed it, the date. We're obviously gearing up for another winter where we expect that we'll need increased capacity within our shelter system. And based on that slide where you showed the current state, we didn't see the sort of decline that we maybe would typically see in the warmer months. When are you coming back to committee with your revised strategy for winter?
So that's Q4 2024.
So that seems late. I mean, these things take a lot of time to get set up. So I imagine you're ruminating on what potential strategies are now. Could you give us a sense of what's on the table?
Yeah, so the reason we're waiting till Q4 2024 is demand has been changing rapidly. It's been very, very hard to look at the trends over time and actually accurately project. So what we found is if we implement strategies for winter, say at the end of summer, we see massive changes throughout the fall and previous years since the pandemic. So we want to actually predict based on as accurate projections as we have possible of what winter demand is going to be. Again, we are fairly confident with the strategies we have in place that we will be able to support that exit from those overflow centers into more permanent facilities. But again, we just need to have that more closer to winter data to be able to project the actual demand.
Is there anything in the trends that suggest you would see a decline in the need for shelter this winter?
So maybe I can comment. We work very closely with Immigration, Refugee, Citizenship Canada, which does provide projections on the rough projections on the amount. We're working closely with them to try and overlay the story or data story that we've seen in Ottawa with they see from a national provincial level data. But again, even at the immigration refugee level data, it's very hard to predict actual trends. What we are seeing is certainly unprecedented and it doesn't follow usual trend lines, all that to say. So when we've looked at initial projections of data, we're talking about variance of about 800 individuals. So it's significantly different. And that's why we want to make sure we're actually not overbuilding or underbuilding the number of beds we need in the system.
Thank you for that. I guess what I'm kind of dancing around is, do you see a world in which we're going to be expanding our physical distance centers and recreation centers as opposed to phasing out to meet the demand? Is that on the table?
Chair, I think the important thing to understand from our team's perspective is that we're continuing to activate. Tomorrow, the next week, throughout the summer, you will hear from us how we're moving people out of particular centers. Our goal is to move people out of the 2 recreation centers that we're in right now. We can't give you an exact date and time of when that'll happen because it's contingent upon many of the initiatives that Kale mentioned. We may or may not purchase a property that may or may not be approved. We are in deep negotiations with IRCC at the moment, and we will need a few more months to actually confirm funding from IRCC to enable us to open a permanent welcome center in Ottawa, which would give us the opportunity to move 200 people out of an overflow situation, for instance. But none of these have firm dates because they're all in negotiation. But the commitment is there to keep activating on those as we can. So is there a situation where we might see an incredible surge? Yes, of course, that's a possibility. In that situation, we would do our best to examine that situation and come back to committee with a plan to mitigate that situation. It may or may not include using city facilities of any kind.
Thank you very much. And just my final question, which is a bit of a broad question, is that, the report is very detailed and you've had many successes over the past number of years to deal with this unprecedented crisis. But what I don't see in the report is, what does success look like? When does our shelter system move out of crisis? And what does that look like for city staff to you? When could you come back and say, we're no longer in a crisis situation? Could you maybe describe what that would look like with some data? Our shelters are the use is X, Y, or Z less than what we're seeing, or that there's active capacity, just sort of a sense of what success looks like.
Thank you, Chair. So the way we look at it I could provide numbers around this at a later date, but really when we're out of the crisis, we would consider it when we're no longer having anyone unsheltered. That's the immediate thing. We want to make sure everyone continues to have a space to come out. The other thing is the immediate, again, the crisis is using these overflow centers in community centers. So as soon as we're able to exit completely community centers, we're out of the immediate crisis. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're stabilized within the shelter system. Even when we do get out of these community centers, we are using a significant number of overflow shelter beds. Across the system, we're looking at over 200 overflow shelter beds, like not including community centers. So where we really want to get to is to a point where we're not using any of those overflow beds that shelters have. They're providing adequate amount of space. But again, that primary focus to get out of the crisis is we need to use all beds available in that premises system. Of course, the ultimate goal is that no one's experiencing chronic homelessness and that any instance of homelessness is short, long-term, and non-reoccurring.
Thank you for that. And I know a lot of the strategies will be in our 10 years housing and homelessness plan in terms of that big picture. It's just this shelter crisis piece. Again, your report you guys have been doing amazing work. The task force has been doing amazing work, but it's not outcome based in that we're seeing, okay, now we're stabilized. It's just the tap seems to be still on full force and more people are falling into homelessness and into the shelter system every day beyond what we can keep on, beyond the measures that are in this report that are coming online. So that's just my main concern, is that while, we are doing all of these great things, is it actually solving the problem, or are we just barely keeping our heads above water for the people who really need these services? So thank you so much for your presentation today and for answering my questions. That's it for me, Chair.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to staff for the presentation. I'll commend staff and thank them for all of the work that they've done in managing this situation and trying to extricate us from the current situation we're in. And I'll echo Vice Chair Bradley's comments that it is late to come up with a winter strategy, and that's something that I did have let staff know that I know we don't have all the details, but it is late. Q4 is very late to come up with that. One thing that's really struck me when we're talking about the crisis is the numbers in the reports that show how many of the persons in the single shelter system are part of that newcomer stream now. The demographics of the shelter system have really, really changed. And when I recently asked about what the average stay was for Heron Road, I learned that it was about 184 days, which is just about a month shy of the time that Heron Road has been open. And that's not really a shelter system. That is based when we're staying for an average stay of 184 days and there's 200 people in Heron, that is essentially serving as, housing at that long of a stay. I hear and I'm encouraged by the fact that you're in deep discussions with the federal government. My concern is as we look at exiting community centers, and I will applaud staff, Dempsey Community Center was recently emptied very quietly using other city-acquired facilities, using Cornerstone. And so I know there is a lot of work being done. We can't fully reopen that facility as it takes some time. It was in use for almost 4 years, but certainly I'd like to know, as we're looking at a winter strategy and as we're looking at ways to sort of stabilize the system, the efforts that are being made to differentiate between these two, the emergency shelter system and this sort of need for transitional housing for newcomers. Like, what are the efforts being made to separate the systems? We've seen issues that have arisen when we have an emergency shelter system where new Canadians were being directed at the airport to use that system. If we could speak a little bit about that, I would appreciate it.
Thank you for the question, through Chair. There's a number of things we're looking to do. And of course, the percentage of newcomers prior to the pandemic, you were looking year to year, 10 to 15%. And now we're seeing up over 63% for the single adult shelter system. So this is a new phenomenon in the single shelter system, how to deal with this. One of the major initiatives we've done is we've added hundreds of beds with transitional shelter programs operated, as Claire mentioned, by Matthew House, Carty House, and Stepstone House. So this is a transitional model that is meant to divert people from our traditional shelter system. So we, as part of that Newcomer Reception Center proposal, have also proposed expanding that program and the number of sites available. We're also still working very closely with those partners that as fast as they can bring those sites on board, that we support them to do that. So we are aggressively trying to add capacity within that diversion system. And then of course, the more long-term strategy is actually getting those 2 sprung structures online, which will support an actual Newcomer Reception Center model. In the interim, some of what we've done is we've brought in settlement support services to be able to actually work directly in our single shelters to provide some of those settlement supports. And that's been having really good impacts on our length of stay in chronic homelessness. So as you did mention, the length of stay are quite long. From 2022 to 23, we actually saw which is actually marginal considering our info, but 4.5% increase in chronic homelessness for men, and actually a reduction of chronic homelessness by 12% for women. So these initiatives are starting to take hold, make an impact on length of stay, but again, it takes time to build that system. And we're very excited that our proposal with IRCC continues to be considered.
Thanks for that. And just as we're talking about the increase of percentage of the new Canadians in the shelter system, are you seeing a decrease in the traditional users of the emergency shelter system at all?
Thank you, Chair. It does vary. So overall, if you look at the last 3 years, the trend line is pretty similar. It does go up and down. And that's really why we're seeing the increased demand. The regular shelter system access for non-new Canadian has remained relatively steady over time. But that increase in demand and the requirement for all these overflow sites is really driven by that increase in newcomers, not so much an increase in traditional shelter users, non-new Canadians.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do want to thank you for your work. I know at times I've been frustrated by having 2 full community centers dedicated to helping people and not being available for community use. But I know you've been putting forward Herculean effort to acquire and purchase properties so that we can better stabilize in the system and give people proper place to have to spend the night. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to unpack the statistic you just gave about the new Canadians. So pre-pandemic, we were at 10 to 15% of our shelter occupants were new Canadians, and now we're at above 60%. What does that mean in terms of our engagement with other levels of government, in terms of our messaging, in terms of our perception of what that trend line looks like? Is that just a post-pandemic pop, or where do we see that number going?
So we've asked that question of IRCC in particular to understand what they're seeing in terms of trends. And across the country and frankly, globally, they confirm that they don't expect any difference in trending around global migration and the type of migration we're seeing in Canada and now that we're experiencing locally. So this has been going on for just over a year. And about that time, we started to have those discussions with IRCC to underscore the fact that, no, it's not a blip. This is now a reality of our city and other cities across the country and across the world. So global migration has now hit locally, and it just is. So our systems need to shift and change. And what you've heard from Kale and what's reflected in the report is everything that staff are doing with community partners to try and shift the system. And at the same time, we are working with IRCC, and Kale and his team put together a brilliant proposal that we just presented actually to other municipalities and levels of government in Ontario. And where they're all very impressed with the fact that our proposal includes not only a first step welcome and stabilizing center, but a real focus on transitional housing, getting people into the communities across the city. And if we can make that happen, then 200 or so people come out of these temporary overflow, and we've now created a permanent welcome center system. And I think that's the kind of thing that we are asking the government, the federal government in particular, and then with the operating support from the provincial government to make a reality here, because it's not a blip. And so that's the kind of systemic change that we're trying to affect.
No, I appreciate that. It's a tricky situation. To build on this, and I guess a bit of the comments that Councillor Carr was mentioning before, this is being treated in a distinct kind of process manner to the existing shelter system process. So there's the New Canadian Reception Center, Welcome Center stream, which is being looked at as separate to the existing overnight shelter system that currently had existed pre-pandemic, as opposed to looking at them organically as one.
Yes, Chair. The requirements of someone who's coming into the country as a refugee through perhaps an IRCC pathway and sponsorship, and outside of that, and the people coming outside of that are the people that we're seeing who are at Heron Road and BG. Those two streams of people require the types of services that are not available in our current and existing shelter system. And so what we've been doing, as we've been recognizing over time, that the great majority of people at Heron Road, for instance, are newcomer, single men and women, and some couples actually, who are recent migrants, refugee, and asylum seekers. We've been bringing those services in, settlement services, which we are not, as a municipality, typically structured to provide. So in Canada, the federal government is responsible for immigration policy. They also have agreements with the province to provide settlement services. But historically, municipalities have not had that mandate or funding to provide those services, or the legal authority, frankly, to provide settlement services. We do not have that. So we must rely on an existing system of service providers. Well, the existing system of service providers haven't received a big influx of funding to address the current trends. So the entire system is in a state of flux and pressure. And so are we looking at it organically? We absolutely are, because what we're seeing is people are in our shelter system. There are, I think, about 40% of single men at the mission right now, if not 50, are newcomer and migrant-seeking individuals. We all agree that they shouldn't be in a shelter system, but they're in the shelter system. And so organically, we're looking at the entire system, but structurally, yes, we want to create a separate program that's properly resourced and structured so that people receive the kinds of services that they need quite quickly after arriving in the country, including applications for status, for legal status in the country, and then move very quickly into community. So our goal and our focus is disbursement into the community, because that's how our community grows and our economy grows. And at the same time, it will alleviate some of the pressure in our shelter system. And we're working with the partners very actively so that they can actually work with people who need mental health, addictions, and other services, and have the capacity to do that. Because right now, there's so much pressure on the system that there's limited capacity.
No, thanks for that. And I think even what the delegate that spoke this morning spoke to kind of the micro integrations across the community in terms of small groupings, six rooms, having people out in, one room, that kind of thing. I am concerned when I hear the term sprung shelter. And I just say that having, in my previous career worked in refugee camps, and I've seen temporaries become permanents. And I am concerned if our concept is to build kind of a two-tiered support system where if you're new to Canada, you're going to go live in a tent, versus if you're here existing, you're going to live in a building, when, we're advocating for a housing first strategy. I know, out in Barrhaven, we have an OCH development coming up on Longfields Road. I think there's a component to that parcel that's going to get severed for an additional structure. And I know that there are technologies right now to build hard structures. And so I am concerned when I hear that a strategy here includes a sprung shelter or more. It would be my preference to see something more structurally permanent, I guess, because I don't know, I'd like to hear a little bit more about the rationale behind leveraging a sprung shelter as a welcome center, as opposed to something that perhaps is more organic to the community, or that's less encampment-like.
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Chair. We did investigate about 8 different rapid construction options, so in terms of getting them in. Through that evaluation, and we are happy to provide a little bit more detail on this, but the sprung structure was the most quickly available. And of course, when we originally were directed by council to look at this, it was an immediate need. So what we're trying to balance is what can we get available immediately, quickest to meet that need, so we can get out of community centers. And then of course inside, although we've heard that before, it's a tent, but on the inside, what our intention is to do is build transitional housing type on the inside. So the inside of these sites will be set up much more. It's better than an arena. It's better than a community center. We're meant to have individually contained rooms for each person. We want our shelter system across the board to be more dignified, essentially. We don't want to be in these community centers. We don't think it's fair to be providing shelter in this way. So again, out of those options and the timeframes we kind of have to meet, and as we just discussed, the anticipated demand, we want to make sure these are in place so no one's outside during the winter. And that was the best available option through that analysis to get us to that point.
No, that's a fair comment. The concern I would have with that, though, is that we're restricting ourselves to a singular floor when, options like modular mass timber apartments can go up in weeks. There is a precedent for that across North America and especially through Europe. And that can be multi-floor, up to 12 stories within, I think, the current bylaw, and potentially up to 20. So there are other options that are cost effective, that are environmentally effective, that I think provide perhaps an element more dignity, like you just spoke to allow people to have that privacy while not restricting ourselves to a single floor tent. That would be my only comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. And if I can just add to that, I don't think any of us wish to have people in a tent or in a sprung shelter. And I think the intention is, we are facing winter. We were facing winter. We're facing another one coming up. We need to make sure that no one is on or sleeping rough when that comes about. And I am strongly confident that staff are looking at every single option, and it will be up to us as politicians to make sure that we're looking at the more permanent options, the modular housing, those types of the fast, more permanent builds as we go through the coming months. But I, for one, I'm comfortable with the idea of knowing that we have a backup plan, something that is temporary yet a little bit more permanent, so that as we see this influx of newcomers to our city, we can find a place for them that is safe and comfortable and warm. But your point is well taken. It's not the optimal situation, not for anyone, but we will find solutions through this. And I have every confidence that staff are working hard to come up with those choices. Thank you very much. Councillor King.
Thank you, Chair. And I just wanted to take this opportunity first to really commend staff for the work that they've been undertaking with this strategy towards an integrated transition to housing. I think it is important to note that when we came into office this term, we saw a need. We directed staff to address the need. And we have a report before us that talks about the creation of 365 new temporary spaces, 177 new supportive housing units in development, 423 new transitional housing beds added or in development. So we are making progress, but I share the concerns around this table that it needs to be more rapid. I think everybody who's spoken today from Vice Chair Bradley on have said that we really need to work faster to address these challenges. So the questions I have are in that vein. I'm just wondering if staff can provide a timeline concerning the transitional housing conversion at 230 Queen Street.
So as things stand right now, we anticipate being operational November 30th. Of course, with construction timelines, we all know how that goes, but that is the anticipated timeline, and we're fairly confident we'll be able to meet that.
I appreciate that. I think time is of the essence, and that means that we're moving relatively quickly. I know that the report was talking about the construction required to fit up the space, and so I'm really pleased to hear that. I also wanted to ask a question about the resources that are necessary to exit physical distancing centers. I know that Councillor Plante introduced a direction to ask staff about the approach and timeline regarding the phase out of physical distancing centers. But I'm just wondering if you can describe what resources will be required to exit those centers.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Chair. In terms of resources at this point, there's kind of a number of stages we're going to be going through. Initially, it is an immense amount of city staff resources going into identifying and finding these sites to be able to exit physical distancing centers, including the sprung structures, spaces like St. Joseph. Another big piece of the resourcing will bring our community partners who typically operate these spaces and have expertise in the newcomer supports that we're saying we need. So the city will be going out very shortly with requests for proposals to operate those spaces. And again, we want to make sure these spaces are operated over the long term by those community partners who have that dedicated expertise to do that. And then of course, the other resourcing requirements really come down to doing, building fit up constructions, those changeovers. And as Clara had alluded to, we've been working very closely with corporate real estate, building code services, infrastructure services to make sure that we're pushing along with council as fast as possible to get those options in place. So we're looking at all possible, workarounds for any red tape, I'll call it, or bureaucratic barriers that we're facing, and all of the city and our other departments working with us on getting these structures in place are supporting that.
And my final question, Chair, is just what does the cooperation look like with the community partners? Because we know it's one thing for us to establish the housing and then in a sense, hand it over for operations, but we hear all the time about the financial challenges that many of these organizations have. So I'm just wondering, how are we working in tandem with those partners to ensure that they have the support so that they can be successful in the operation of these different supportive housing options?
Chair, we are working very closely with community partners. So we work with community partners when we think about, as Kale just said, a new program coming on, and we do a request for proposal to ensure that they're properly resourced so they can do this in addition to other things that they're doing. But the most important way, in 2022, the community sector came to us, housing and homelessness sector came to us and said, we'd like to work more collaboratively and more organically, to take Councillor Hill's word, more closely with the city. And so what the team has done with community partners over the last year is actually formed a housing and homelessness leadership table of community sector leaders in housing and homelessness who will be the table to actually convene and talk about that very question, Councillor. And not just the city making a decision and saying, here's our decision, live with it. No, we're not working that way. What we're doing is we're coming with our ideas, they're coming with their ideas, and we're going to map out a way forward. And Kilbourne is a good example of that. So they're going to be the first group we talk to try even to plan a visioning session with community partners and the community at large around that site. So the Housing and Homelessness Leadership Table is a good example of how we're working in tandem and lockstep, and to assess what are the pressures that could be felt if we were to take a decision in any way. Then we want to have those discussions early on so we understand that we can resource that appropriately if we have the funding.
I appreciate that. I know that many of the social service providers and other providers have really been pushing for that type of model. And so I'm pleased to hear that that's been established. I think of the Alliance to End Homelessness and other organizations that we're talking about a better governance model so that action can be better coordinated between the city as well as by the service providers themselves. So I'm appreciative of that effort. I'm appreciative of the efforts generally, but I share the concerns around this table around expediting the actions so that we can establish more supportive housing for our residents, especially our unsheltered residents. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all your work on transitional housing. We've seen significant changes in Bay Ward. It's not all downtown. We've got a new shelter for women run by Cornerstone, as well as transitional housing for families now at Corkstown. Can you remind me of how many spaces have opened up in Bay Ward?
Thanks for the question, Chair. We have in Cornerstone, we've opened, there's a total of 165 spaces that will be able to provide support to single women. 15 of those are overflow. And we're working through finalizing the construction and upgrade things we need to do for Corkstown Road in terms of shared kitchens, additional laundry facilities to support its use for families. And currently we anticipate about 158 households will be able to be accommodated there.
Yeah, and there's also Matthew House that's also opening up in.
Yes, and thank you for that. There is an additional 8 to 10, and we're working on determining that with fire. And again, that was a wonderful initiative that the city supported with. We were able to provide one of our buildings that was previously being used for LRT to temporarily accommodate newcomers through the Matthew House program.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And clearly the issue has been the influx of newcomers, mostly refugees. When we were talking before, you did brief us. I was wondering about the funding and how it works. And if I'm not mistaken, we get reimbursed afterwards for the funding that we get. Are we getting reimbursed in a timely way? Because it certainly concerns me that we're on the hook, and then it is a federal issue, and how quickly we get reimbursed.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so the program currently, it's called the Interim Housing Assistance Program, or IHAP, does reimburse the city for costs 1 year after those costs are incurred. We also have a Q1 submission. So to give you a sense, last year, the city received $27.7 million through that program. And we also have an additional application for Q1 2024 of $11.8 million. Typically, these reimbursements have come within a quarter of submitting the final reimbursement report. However, IRCC has indicated to us that with this new federal budget, they are looking to move towards a more long-term model that is funding up front with multi-year agreements. So we're still working with them on that, but the indications seem positive that we will be more moving from their side to a more sustainable funding model.
Thank you. Supportive housing, that is very much a need, especially when we're working with some people that are homeless. Often they're homeless, they have complex needs. And in your summary, you have 177 new supportive housing units. Obviously, we're going to have a lot more than that. And I know that's in the mid-year plan. I know Ottawa Community Housing is working on the complex care model within our housing so that we can deal with people. So because one of the issues we have is that we're taking people off the list of who are requiring housing, and they have complex needs, but we don't have spaces for complex needs. So that is a crisis because it's very disruptive to put people in units when they can't manage. So I just want to know if there's been any further work on that.
Thank you for the question, Chair. So yes, the city is directly involved in Ottawa Community Housing's complex care project. And we are looking, so there's kind of two components of when we talk about supportive housing. So there's supportive housing, which is dedicated buildings that provide 100% of people there those supports. And as we mentioned in the report, we're doing 177 units. Of course, the need is always growing. And I think I've talked with a number around the table of we still have close to a 300-person waiting list for supportive housing units. So we really appreciate the support of council to continue to push those through as quickly as possible, because as you've mentioned, the need is large. The other thing we try and do to be able to provide supports is the Housing First program. So that's housing with supports. So by contrast, this helps us more rapidly access private market units and provide the wraparound supports to people who are in that housing. So currently that model is kind of a scatter site, and it's part of what we're working on with OCH is can we do more of this place-based and really increase funding around that. We also do a number of work around housing stability and housing loss prevention. So the city about 1.5 years ago implemented a bridge funding program. So when people are destabilizing in their housing, us along with community social services and employment and social services actually work on a plan with that person to be able to stabilize in their housing. And a part of that may be linking them to those wraparound supports they need so they're not losing their housing. So there's a number of initiatives underway, but as you said, the need continues to be great.
Thank you. In terms of the transitional housing for families, one of the issues that has arisen is that you need food banks nearby when people are providing food for their family. And how are we resolving that?
Thank you for the question, Chair. There's a number of things we're working with. So as we know across the city, beyond just transitional housing, the need for food banks is immense. So community and social services is in regular talks with the food banks, not only for how do we meet them for our transitional housing for sites like Corkstown, across the board with our many different hotel sites we're still utilizing. So we want to be focused on permanent solutions. So we want to make sure that anyone receiving services in a site like Corkstown has those same services or ability to access those same services outside of it. So one of the things we're looking at specifically for Corkstown is addressing some of the transportation problems that to access the local food banks. So we continue to look at options, either private or we're going to be entering discussions with OC Transport potentially on how do we do transportation. We do recognize that's a need. I also want to mention that each of our transitional housing programs or permanent shelters for families does have emergency food cupboards on site. So we do ensure at any of our permanent sites that no one is going hungry. Also, caseworkers and support workers are available 24/7. So if someone needs additional food in our hotel programs, we actually do provide a taxi to bring food to them, like if they've just showed up. So we try and band-aid it, but of course the food needs across the city continue to be large. So it's a big problem to solve, but in terms of that emergency need, the shelter system is well set up to meet it.
Thank you. And I appreciate the move to get families out of motels. We know it's not adequate and it's the best we had, but I appreciate the fact that we're moving away from that. And thank you again for all your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanagh. Councillor Plant.
Thank you so much. And it's nice to see you here in person, Chair. I know you had some health issues, so I'm glad to see you back on top shape. So I just have a couple of questions for staff. Just, I guess, a blunt question. Is it easier to house the high acuity crowd or newcomers? What is easier just in terms of paperwork or funding? Like which stream can get housed faster?
Chair, it's a difficult question to answer because each individual comes with their own set of complex needs. So it's not a question of whether a high acuity or someone who has multiple complex needs is harder to house or a newcomer. They both have very complex needs. In terms of a newcomer, we all know that many arrive in a state of deep trauma and stabilizing and then acclimatizing to Canadian culture and local cultures is difficult. So I think what the key message from our perspective is that we're working on multiple options to be able to serve people with different needs. And so there's no one particular strategy. You've heard Kale talk about a plethora of strategies that are working collectively to address the needs that are presenting themselves.
Yeah, sorry, if I didn't explain myself, I meant, I guess, administratively.
Chair, I think administratively, they're probably very similar.
What I thought. I was also wondering too, because we did have a discussion, probably I think almost a year ago this time, about how a lot of diaspora groups get involved in resettling people in similar groups. I often share the story. My husband is Ukrainian, and they're nobody wraps around, and it's like a pierogi around when other Ukrainians come. Have we seen some sort of mobilizing? I know we've had a lot of Ugandans come forward, we've had Afghanis, et cetera. Like, have we seen a lot more diaspora mobilization as well?
Chair, yes, we continue to see local communities step up and wrap around newcomers, whether they're refugees, asylum seekers, or immigrants. That continues to happen, and we have an amazing community, as you know, and an amazing nonprofit sector of settlement services who are connected in community. So yes, that continues to occur.
Wonderful. And I was wondering too, and I want to thank Councillor Bradley for touching on this. She talked a bit about the prevention piece, preventing people from entering into the shelter system in the first place. How has the landscape changed? When we started in 2022, there was no discussion about prevention. And now I think the discussion's ramped up as well. I was wondering if you could touch upon that, and shout out to the acquisition fund motion. But I was just wondering if you could talk about that as well.
Well, certainly in terms of all of the prevention programs and what we fund, Kale can probably provide details. But prevention has always been part of our 10-year plan. It's a significant component, and you've heard about strategies that are in place to help people prevent eviction. So the bridge funding pilot, or now a program that Kale mentioned earlier, is a good example. And so prevention continues to be a focus. It will be a focus as we renew our 10-year plan. And we want to go back to the sector, to the leadership table and others, to talk about that very question. What else do we need to do in prevention? And how do we need to look at prevention differently? And where do we need other levels of government to help us fund prevention work? Because as you've seen, in terms of moving people rapidly into a housing, the city is actually activating with 100% municipal funding, where the other systems leave off. So that is an excellent question, and we're going to be contemplating that with the community as part of the 10-year plan refresh.
Okay, and last, I just wanted to say for the next budget cycle, I will be advocating for more enhanced housing allowance. I know that has been very helpful. I've heard even from families how helpful that was to get people into housing. So thank you for the work you've been doing. And I do want to give a shout out to the workers at the Ben Nograme. I've gone in there many times. It absolutely breaks my heart that my community doesn't have a rink, but I see the work they're doing. It's very striking when you go inside to see the scene of people in those rows and rows of bunk beds who just want a better life. And, you know, as much as I go on and on about our children needing rec services, we absolutely need to house people and treat them with dignity. So shout out to the workers at Ben Nograme.
I'm still trying to figure out how you work pierogi into a sentence, but I'm enjoying it, and then we're getting closer to lunch. So
it was a housing pierogi.
I love it. As from Polish background, I very much appreciate it. Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. And I just have a question for staff, and it actually figures really nicely on what Councillor Plant ended on when she spoke about going into Bernard Gramet and seeing those rows upon rows of bunk beds. My ward office is in Heron Road, and there are over 200 people living there. And I think there's 6 or 7 showers. I can't remember exactly. It is not a suitable place for people to live. And when I talk about the fact that people have been there an average of 184 days, it is not suitable. But yet I'm hearing concerns from people about sprung structures. And despite the fact that we passed that motion unanimously, you know, obviously it speaks to the fact that I think we need to have a better understanding of the conditions that people are living in our community centers. But more importantly, I'm wondering from staff if it's possible to organize a session on sprung structure, because I admit when I first heard about it a couple years, you know, when I was first elected, I thought, oh, we're putting people in a tent. I think it would be useful for people to understand the configurations that can happen with the sprung structure, the services that can be offered, the opportunities for dividing privacy, all of that. And I'm wondering if it's possible. I know that I met with the supplier, RPM, and that I have seen a number of the videos and done a bit of research myself, but I'm wondering if that's something that staff would be open to in order for councillors to better understand what a sprung structure.
Thank you, Chair. We would be happy to share more information. I would suggest that perhaps the team can put together a bit of a presentation with some links to videos. And I thank you for your comments. Also, they're open to landscaping too, to make them look very, very residential-like. So we'll put together a presentation package and circulate that to council. Would that be acceptable?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. So it's, I think Councillor Plant and I sort of feel that nobody's been opposed to the fact that we've taken on, we've had these in our wards for many years, and now as a possibility we're expanding, we're hearing a lot of opposition. And so I think it'd be useful for councillors to understand a little bit better. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and I'm not seeing any further questions. I did want to add my appreciation. We've heard around this table and online just how deeply grateful committee members are in terms of the work that staff have done. We know that a year ago, we had 21% of our shelter system was newcomers to our city. And now we're at what I think you said 63, report says 64, we're around there. And we don't know what the future holds. And while we wait for federal governments, provincial governments to step in and fill the gaps, city staff and our partners in the community and service sector have been filling that gap. And you've been doing it, and maybe not at the most rapid pace that we would like, because no one would like these people to come into our city and not have a place to stay, a shelter. But you're doing it at a speed that has never been done before. So I wanted to just add my appreciation, and I know I speak on behalf of my colleagues, for just the work that the community has done, has stepped up, the welcomeness that people have shown for people coming in. I know, Teresa, when I was in your community, the surrounding neighborhood around Corkstown was just so warm and welcoming, and that's wonderful. I know that there is a property in my ward that we'll be discussing at FinCorp. Apparently I'm getting a phone call, forgive me. But I just wanted to thank city staff also profusely. I know Paul's not here today, but if you could pass that along to him, but the whole team, because this has been phenomenal work. And I want to thank my colleagues as well too, members of the task force, committee members and council, because this is not an easy file and there are no easy solutions, but we need to keep pushing forward and testing our boundaries and trying to get our partners back at the table in terms of federal and provincial governments, because we can't do this alone. So thank you very much for the presentation. It's appreciated. And with committee's indulgence, can we receive this report? Received. All right, moving on to item 6.1, we have the municipal commemoration and commemorative naming policies. We do have a presentation from staff, so I'll just let them get set up.
Bonjour, Madame la Présidente, membres du comité. On est ravis d'être ici aujourd'hui pour vous parler de deux politiques sur les commémorations. Good morning, members of the committee. We're very happy to be here today to talk to you about two commemoration policies that staff have been working over the last several years, really. My job today is made a little easier by the fact that I have Nick Allison to my right, who will be speaking to you about our umbrella commemoration policy, and then Katie O'Sullivan, who was the lead on our commemorative naming policy. First slide, please. So current state, the city has several commemoration programs that currently exist. You councillors are most familiar with the commemorative naming program. for facilities, parks, streets. It's one of our more popular ones, but we also have commemorative benches, commemorative trees. We have keys to the city, the Order of Ottawa, and the Mayor's City Builder Awards, freedom of the city. All of these are considered commemorations that up until today were not guided by an umbrella policy in terms of what commemorations should be and should not be. And so one of the policies that we're bringing forward today is to address that gap, which we think is an important one. Commemorative naming program was paused back in February 2022 for a variety of reasons. We were, well, significantly overextended in terms of budgets. And what this policy tries to do is to create a sustainable program that mirrors some of the existing programs that we have at the city, but has also been benchmarked against how other municipalities make this sustainable. Council recently approved the commemorative tree policy that Public Works worked along with our staff, understanding that we were coming with an overarching policy today. One of the things that we're trying to address in terms of the commemorative naming program is that currently it is fairly limited. We inherited this policy from the city clerk back in 2016. And over the intervening years have observed some of the lack of flexibility. So currently it only allows commemoration of individuals, and through this policy we're recommending some expansion of that. And what we are aware of and what has become more topical in recent times is contentious commemorations and how we deal with both existing facilities and streets that are commemoratively named, but that are perhaps contentious by today's standards, as well as new proposals that we get. Next slide, please. I want to emphasize that the policies that we're bringing forward are policies that allow the city, it provides us a framework and a process to receive commemoration proposals from external sources. This is not a policy that generates the city's own ability or desire to commemorate things on its own. So it's really an external community-facing policy to take in, process, approve those policies. And with that in mind, it really has been geared towards an application process and an outward-facing process. I'll turn it over to Nick, and she can speak about the municipal commemoration policy.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dan. So for the municipal commemoration policy, it responds to a strong recommendation in the renewed action plan for arts, heritage, and culture, which was adopted in 2013. It will be the first comprehensive commemoration policy supporting all municipal commemoration programs and activities post-amalgamation. So the focus here is on local commemoration. As a national capital, we are also the site of significant amount of national commemoration. However, as a municipality, there's a lot of fantastic history that is unique to Ottawa that we need to celebrate and explore. And we also want to make sure that when we are engaging in commemoration, that the history stories and legacies that we share reflect Ottawa and all of its diversity. And the commemoration policy that is under consideration today ensures the respectful inclusion of the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation in commemoration, in line with the Anishinaabe Algonquin City of Ottawa host nation civic cultural protocol that was passed in 2022. It also provides a pathway for addressing historic inequities and contention in commemoration. This policy was very much designed with community. The advisory group, the informal advisory group that had been convened to help support the development of the policy included a subcommittee specifically dedicated to looking at the wording, the language around contentious commemoration, how we might best as a city consider forms of contentious commemoration. Next slide, please. So following on from that successful model of working and developing policy with community, we're looking to continue to work with community in implementing this policy by bringing community and city staff together. We're proposing the creation of a departmental commemoration working group under the general manager of RCFS with a body of 15 working group members. This would constitute a rather large working group, but the working group before the policy, while in development, was 11 members, and it was successful with an additional between 4 and 6 ex officio members. That terminology was used to refer to city staff participating in each meeting, and it worked quite well, and conversation flowed nicely. Critically, 2 members from the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation will be included in the departmental commemoration working group. This is to ensure that even in periods of transition, there will continuously be host nation representation. And this is in line with what was outlined in the protocol and the importance of ensuring that any commemorative work and all commemorative work and the approach to commemoration is inclusive of the host nation and their approach to commemoration and heritage preservation. 4 staff members with responsibilities related to the commemoration programs or activities administered by the City of Ottawa will be at the table, as well as 9 community members who are active in engagement as researchers, practitioners in the area of commemoration. And that includes community leaders who are responsible for community level commemorations. So that's typically commemorations that happen within neighborhoods. They might be more informal, less structured, but folks who have active experience and want to engage with the city. The recommendations will be presented to the general manager of RCFS to be taken on board in how we develop further policy or implement this policy. Members shall be selected in accordance with the City of Ottawa's equity and inclusion lens, and care will be taken to include individuals from the following communities, including Black residents, differently abled persons, First Nation, Inuit, and Métis residents, urban Indigenous, Francophones, immigrants and newcomers, linguistic minorities, older adults, persons of color, residents of priority neighborhoods, rural residents, women, youth, and members of the 2S LGBTQIA+ communities. This is important in ensuring that we're able to address issues of underrepresentation within existing commemoration practices. Next slide.
Thank you, Chair. It's actually slide 6. Eric, if you could move forward. So following the motion passed in February of 2023, staff began a review of the commemorative naming program and applicable policy. The review focused on ensuring the policy adopted the principles and aligned with the municipal commemoration policy currently before us today as well, establishing an equitable and inclusive and sustainable commemorative naming program that honors the uniqueness of Ottawa, including its diverse communities, cultures, histories, legacies that rest upon and live on the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation. Policy direction is included to prioritize application from equity denied groups and Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation, introducing an application process that allows for an equitable review of multiple applications at the same time, which would help us increase representation of equity denied groups. Creating a more financially sustainable model for the commemorative naming program moving forward, and finally improving clarity, transparency, and inclusion with a simplified approval process. Next slide. So there are several changes within the new proposed policy. The current commemorative naming policy focused solely on the commemoration of individuals. So the new program opens up categories available for commemoration to include individual merit, collective or group merit, and events of local significance. As was the focus of our staff review, there is now language in the policy to prioritize applications from equity denied groups and the Anishinaabe Algonquin host nation to increase representation and be more reflective of the community. Staff is suggesting a hybrid financial model that shares costs with the applicant, which I'll describe in the next slide. There's also now a clear list of eligible assets for commemoration, and they are categorized as either minor or major assets. So a minor assets are those within a community or ward-specific interests, such as a room within a community center, versus a major asset, which would have a citywide significance, such as a district park or an arena. People from all over the city would travel to those locations. The new policy leverages the departmental working group that Nick spoke about being implemented, and this diverse group of representatives from across the community who are engaged in commemoration, including the host nation, will review the cohort of applications and be asked to review and comment on the merit of the applications and prioritize those for funding, as well as review any questions with respect to commemoration that are brought forward to the program and offer recommendations to the general manager. This policy also establishes a connection to the Anishinaabe Algonquin Cultural Consultative Circle for applications that have a connection to Indigenous culture. So under the terms of the council-approved Anishinaabe Algonquin Host Nation Civic Cultural Protocol and following discussions with Indigenous relations, the correct path to move forward on cultural matters such as commemorative naming is to first engage with the host nation. So we will accept the guidance of the host nation if they indicate further engagement with other Indigenous communities is required and with whom. Previously, the program accepted unsolicited applications year-round, and we're now proposing 2 application periods per year. This will allow applications to be reviewed on merit as a cohort and allow the city to increase awareness through PSAs, social media, leveraging existing communication networks, through the working group to ensure greater awareness of the program and hopefully increase representation of namings that are reflective of the community. We've also implemented a simplified approval process for minor assets under delegated authority with the ward councillor and local community association concurrence. And finally, there's an inclusion of a provision for non-commemorative naming. So staff recognizes that there is community interest in naming eligible assets with non-commemorative names that are reflective of the site or specific neighborhood or other notable attributes. So there would need to be a funding source identified for those namings and no commemorative plaque would be placed. Next slide, please. So the new policy proposes a hybrid cost-sharing model with the applicant. In the current financial model, the commemorative naming program has a budget that can sustain, on average, 4 commemorations a year. Since 2019, not counting those that have proceeded by ward councillor motion, the average of commemorations is about 10 per year. The cost of a bronze commemorative plaque installed on a post is approximately $3,900. And outdoor minor assets and major assets typically have additional wayfinding signage requirements that can range anywhere from $1,600 to upwards of $30,000, which are funded from capital. Costs can vary based on various considerations, such as the size, condition of a sign, and the number of signs to be replaced. On the slide, you will see the costs that staff are proposing. So for commemorative names of new municipal streets, they remain at no cost. There is an exception for private roads under the municipal addressing bylaw. For minor indoor assets, such as rooms within community centers, we are suggesting $400 as we've sourced a more affordable material with a similar look for indoor locations. Minor outdoor assets, such as a sports field or a ball diamond, we're suggesting $2,500. And major assets such as a district park or arena, the suggestion is $5,000. All costs are subject to HST, and the fees were determined by looking at the average costs incurred for implementation of past commemorations of these types of assets. And the cost suggests approximately 50% of those total costs. If we look at the commemorations that have taken place since 2019, of the 69 assets commemorated, 61 would be classified as an outdoor minor asset with a cost of $2,500. 6 would be indoor minor assets, and 2 would be classified as a major asset.
Next slide, please. Both policies have undergone considerable consultation with community, both in terms of working groups, advisory groups, Engage Ottawa solicitations on ideas, interviews with targeted groups. And we also did a municipal scan of what else was out there in terms of, and really did try to harvest the best practices as we found them. So we believe this policy really does represent the best of what our local community has offered, as well as the best practices in municipalities across the province. And next slide, please. In terms of implementation of the policy, we are recommending that we establish a departmental commemoration working group this fall, that staff invite councillors' assistance to a commemoration information session in the fall as well. We know that councillors' offices are often at the fine point of ideas on commemorations, and we believe that a proper upfront information session would be very useful in terms of implementation and public acceptance of the new policies. And then we would open our first cycle. We are proposing a spring and a fall cycle. So we are proposing to open a cycle this fall for applications for commemoration. And we are committing to providing council with an annual report on commemorations so that we can both identify the work that is being done, but also start to gauge against some of the commitments that we've made in terms of transparency, in terms of process, and in terms of equity, which we think are important things to report back to council. That ends our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to, we have delegations. So Councillor Johnson will, I see your hand is up. We're going to wait for questions to staff. We do have two delegations. So we have Maria Rishi and Lee Farnsworth from the Ottawa Distinguished Women. They wish to come up. Good morning.
Good morning, committee, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. And I understand you're going to be presenting together. So I am going to be a little bit flexible in the time, but not too flexible. So just a heads up on that. So please proceed.
Some of you will already be familiar with our organization, Femme Remarquable Ottawa Distinguished Women. We are a volunteer nonprofit community organization comprised of over 50 leaders in the community from various cultural communities and backgrounds. Our mission is to identify and recognize women who have made significant contributions to the city of Ottawa. We've held 2 galas at which we have recognized 95 of these women, and some of you have attended those galas. We have read the results of your public consultations and the report before you, and generally, we agree with its recommendations. However, we do have some concerns. The City of Ottawa has consistently, over the past few years, through many initiatives such as its Women and Gender Equity Strategy, City for All Women Initiative, and its official plan, included gender equity as a cross-city principle. We are here today to ask that you fulfill that commitment to gender equity in your new commemorative naming policy. Historically, although women make up over 50% of our population, the percentage of representation in terms of commemoration of streets, parks, and other city assets has sadly been less than 10%. Women have made significant contributions to this city in health, education, sports and recreation, social activities, business and technology, and many other areas. True equity in our commemoration policy must recognize women's contributions across the many diversity groups that have been listed in this report. The report clearly states that the policy must address the city's commitment to taking an equitable, inclusive, and sustainable approach to commemorative naming. It repeatedly reaffirms the principle of diversity and inclusion. However, we believe the policy requires even more commitment. We believe that it should include targets. 50% of women should equal 50% of all commemorations related to individual names, organizations, or significant events. Furthermore, those commemorations should be quality commemorations. In other words, ones that are equitable in status and prestige with those of men. No token alleys, no side streets, or maybe some side streets, but not all, only side streets, for both major and minor assets. Some might ask if such a target is possible. As an organization, we are prepared to work collaboratively with other local groups and stakeholders and the commemorative working group to help the city meet its goal. In fact, we already have a list of women who have met the criteria of distinguished women in our own nomination process, which mirrors the recommended process of this report. We have no doubt that we can identify women of merit who meet the criteria set out in this policy. In other words, we can help you meet the 50% target. We also hope that the proposed working group will reflect a gender balance in its membership and would be happy to participate in its activities. We challenge you to live up to your statements of equity and inclusion by putting your words into real action. Finally, we wonder, as have others in the public consultation process, about the onerous process involved in the nomination process. It really does require a heck of a lot of work. And the one-year time limit for nominations. Although we agree that there must be a thorough vetting process, it does seem cumbersome and lengthy, contrary to the simple and the efficient, timely process described in the report. Finally, the time limit and rule that the nominations must be resubmitted also seem like another barrier, much like the recommendation that nominators must bear the cost for nominations. That will exclude many of those same target diversity groups that the policy purports to champion. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you both so very much for being here. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Lee and Maria. It's great to see you here, and I appreciate this. When staff first talked about looking at the naming process, my first thought was on gender equity. That was probably the biggest concern I had in terms of the, at the time, the current process, and that there just wasn't any opportunity to bring more recognition. And as you said, more than 50% of the population. So I appreciate that. So you're willing to work with the city on this?
Most definitely, yes. Yeah. As we said, we have a list. We've been working on this for several years. So we're happy to share the results of our research. And as I also said, that we do vet the people who are nominated. Perhaps not quite as much as is required in this policy, but pretty close. Right?
I'll be talking to staff after. Oh, do you want to say something?
Oh, can I just add one other thing? We actually went out and approached other organizations, and they're willing to form a coalition. So it won't just be our organization. We're looking at having probably 10 to 20 other organizations who have access to, again, getting the names of people, doing the research, so that at the end of the day, you don't get 50 applications for the same person, that maybe we can streamline it a little bit better and provide the resources to help out the city.
Yeah, appreciate that. And you mentioned about more vulnerable communities where there's leadership that doesn't get recognized. So that's an opportunity. I want to thank your group for what you've done already in terms of recognizing women with your own award ceremony. It was very well done, and appreciate it. I should mention that Diane Deans was part of the last one, and that was her last public appearance that I saw her. So that was very special. So thank you for all you do on that, taking that initiative. Appreciate it. And I like your suggestion about the gender equity of the panel. So that's a good start. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillère Plante.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. I just went on your website, and I'm going to spend a lot of time now reading about these very distinguished women that you've honored in our community. And if I could right now, I'd like to nominate some people sitting around this horseshoe, some people in the audience. There's a lot of amazing women in my community, especially. I did have a question though. Can you just maybe elaborate a bit more about the administrative burden it is sometimes to nominate someone? And I'm going to give you two anecdotes. So before I was elected to office, I did the Annie Putaguk Park in Sandy Hill, and it was during COVID. Dan, I know you probably have shivers here because it was a long process for that. But it was just a lot of paperwork. And I just remember thinking, no wonder people get discouraged, because you got to get letters of reference and you have to do a lot of background checks. And, this is why, for example, my husband likes to cite like the Order of Canada is like overwhelmingly lawyers because they have a lot of time to write and to make arguments about things. The other one, and it is the wonderful Walter Baker Center, I believe was in Councillor Hill's ward. I didn't know that his wife was also equally as impressive. And I was I always thought, oh, why do we not name it the Walter and Joyce Baker Center? Because she, raised those kids. There was 5 of them, and she was obviously a huge part of his success as well. So I guess there's not really much of a question beyond the administrative part that you very clearly outlined, and I think is important to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you for your interest, and we would be delighted to receive any nominations from you or any of the other councillors. Or, one of the biggest challenges is to get the word out into the different communities, because we all have our networks, and the concern is that it's only my network that will hear about it. But we'd like to spread the word and have more nominations across the board. This is supposed to be a diverse organization, and we really, really try to be inclusive on that. Both the members of our group and people who support us. You're concerned about administration. Yeah, that's the biggest hurdle we have. I mean, second hurdle. First is getting the word out there, and the second one is we ask people to nominate, and they say, "Oh yeah, well, I can't." We say they're lazy, but it's not being lazy. It's being just overwhelmed by the work. And I say, it's not that hard. So we try to push them, but it is an effort. It is an effort. And that's one of the concerns I have with this report and the process that you have. You're again going to have, I hate to say the entitled, but there's certain group that are already into it, and you're going to miss a lot of people. And so keep it simple. And I know that Councillor Dudas is a communications expert. She can say, how do we communicate this to the community and keep it simple so that we will get that representation? And that is the challenge for the working group, quite frankly.
Yeah, and I just wanted to tell you, we are looking at a commemoration in Vanier for Mary Papazzi, who was part of the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And when this finally all gets sorted, I would love to have you guys come to the renaming ceremony, because I definitely think, she didn't cure cancer, but she's absolutely someone who made her mark on the community, is part of our Canadian history, as scattered as that is and as complicated as that is. And she's someone who's worthy of having her name on our city amenities, in my view. So thank you so much.
I just want to add one thing, and I'm sorry if this is a stereotype, but it's one of our dilemmas, and that is often women do not want to be recognized because they feel they need to be humble. And that's something that we have to look at and change the narrative, because it's really about the history. We keep going back to the history. Unless we put the history out there, a lot of young women aren't going to appreciate what women have done in this community. And they've got the fire. Let's not burn it out. Let them, I keep saying, forget about breaking glass ceilings. Let's remove them. We could do it, and we can do it collectively. So, whatever capacity we can help out, albeit not financial, because we are all volunteers and we receive no funding. We will be there. We've got a long list of people who are anxious. And by the way, we have men and women. So this isn't a gender issue in the sense of making it work. We're all wanting to reach out to in terms of equity. And again, diversity. If you look on our site, you will see the diversity of the women that we've honored. And that is one of our priority. Diversity, Francophone, women. Indigenous, yeah, we just honored 2 Indigenous women at our last event, and it was beautiful. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Maria and Lee, for being here and for your willingness to continue to volunteer your time, not just for the community, but also to the city. And we will take you up on that, I'm sure of it. We do have another delegation, Jonathan Paquette, who I understand is online. I see you, Jonathan. You have 5 minutes.
Très bien, bonjour tout le monde. Alors, mon nom est... Vous m'entendez bien, oui? Vous m'entendez bien?
J'écoute.
OK, très bien. Alors, mon nom est Jonathan Paquette. Je suis professeur à l'Université d'Ottawa, où j'ai une chaire de recherche dans le domaine donc, des politiques du patrimoine culturel. Je suis également le président du conseil d'administration d'un très beau musée d'Ottawa, le musée au parc Vanier. que je vous invite tous et toutes à visiter, une magnifique petite institution. Et j'ai été de près un peu impliqué auprès du groupe informel sur le développement de la politique aux côtés de Lynn White Duck. Aujourd'hui, je vais juste dire un ou deux mots sur la politique elle-même, donc un peu une réflexion sur sa démarche, sur ses principes et sur ce qu'elle apporte, à mon sens, à la ville d'Ottawa. Peut-être que le plus grand défi quand on fait une politique comme ça aujourd'hui sur le patrimoine, c'est de penser, bon, à différents enjeux. De tous les domaines des arts au patrimoine, l'élément le plus sulfureux, je dirais, le plus généralement le plus complexe, c'est quand on aborde les politiques de commémoration. C'est celle-ci qui, généralement, suscite le plus de passion. Et comment, dans une politique municipale, peut-on éviter, d'une part, l'écueil d'une vision passiste qui serait jugée ne pas être au diapason de l'évolution de ligne du temps, mais aussi comment éviter l'écueil et le défi peut-être de devenir un peu un site de revendication constante. Donc, comment faire des équilibres, euh, comment élever le débat sur sur la commémoration quand on est une administration municipale. Alors ça, c'est tout un défi et à mon avis, la politique relève bien ces différents enjeux, est capable de naviguer entre les deux tensions et de proposer une vision du patrimoine qui est, à mon avis, très sereine. J'ai pu témoigner qu'il y a eu beaucoup de consultations, beaucoup de groupes. On a fait énormément appel dans ce comité et c'est ce qu'en témoignent les résultats. À différents groupes, différentes communautés, les enjeux de représentation étaient très importants. Comme il a été présenté aussi, toute la question donc des commémorations contentieuses. Alors ça a été un élément important. On n'a pas voulu, dans le travail du comité, éviter le débat. On a plutôt décidé d'en faire un sous-comité et on a rassemblé des gens de différentes perspectives, avec les perspectives les plus variées. Et je peux vous dire, pour avoir participé à de nombreux débats sur les commémorations, que malgré la très grande diversité des points de vue, le fruit de la réflexion, en fait, le travail a pu mener à une perspective qui était un peu plus consensuelle. C'est-à-dire que les gens ont été capables de dégager des principes minimaux qu'ils jugeaient corrects, peu importe leur vision du patrimoine. Et ça, je crois que c'est un effort qui doit être salué. À mon avis, on doit un peu commencer à repenser comment on commémore. Les commémorations, pendant longtemps, on a pensé au caractère héroïque des moments, des événements, de créer des héros. Mais peut-être qu'aujourd'hui, pour mieux refléter nos temps, ce qu'il nous faut, c'est une logique de la commémoration qui est beaucoup plus près de l'éducation du patrimoine. De commémorer euh, pour être en contact avec notre histoire, pour renouer des liens avec des moments, avec des personnages qui ont été marquants pour Ottawa, plutôt que de soi-même. Alors, je dis pas il faille pas avoir de fierté pour nos moments ou pour certains personnages, mais peut-être qu'il faut changer le langage, la manière d'aborder le patrimoine. Et je pense que la politique ici proposée est très intelligente et a beaucoup des ingrédients qui vont permettre d'avoir des discussions, des réflexions très sereines sur des enjeux qui sont parfois difficiles. Je dois apprécier aussi le caractère les enjeux de proportionnalité, l'importance du territoire qui est mis de l'avant dans cette mouture de la politique. Et enfin, à mon avis, ce qui est très important, et ce, tant pour les gens qui seront appelés à l'administrer que pour les citoyens, donc on doit faire un peu un travail d'éducation à mon sens, c'est que une ville comme Ottawa, notre territoire ici, c'est un endroit, un territoire où il y a beaucoup de producteurs de patrimoine. La Commission de la capitale nationale, le gouvernement fédéral, le gouvernement provincial. Donc, il y a une multiplicité de producteurs. Comment trouver la voie idéale pour la ville d'Ottawa? Il faut toujours rappeler ça, je crois, constamment dans l'administration de la politique, que ce soit clair pour les décideurs et clair pour les citoyens, que si on a à prioriser, ben on priorise des histoires locales, on priorise la voix d'Ottawa. Et c'est comme ça, à mon avis, que la politique propose un territoire d'action, des pistes d'action qui nous permettent d'éviter en fait certains écueils qu'on retrouve aujourd'hui quand on pense aux politiques de commémoration. Alors, je vous remercie. C'est une politique que je salue et que je trouve bien avisée.
Merci, Monsieur Paquette. Il y a une question pour vous comme conseillère plante.
Bonjour, Monsieur Baquette, bienvenue. Je suis entièrement d'accord avec vous. J'ai toujours eu la position que les noms que portent nos rues, nos parcs, c'est un peu comme un musée. Ça devrait parler un peu de l'histoire du territoire et des gens qui ont vécu là. J'avais deux questions. Pourquoi pensez-vous qu'au côté francophone, on fait une meilleure job de faire des commémorations, que ce soit Guy Lafleur, René Lévesque, Alexandre Taché, que dans les parties anglophones? Non, je suis sérieux là. C'est une question que même en Europe, si tu vas en France ou en Suisse, ils font beaucoup plus de commémorations côté francophone que dans les parties alémaniques ou ailleurs. On a vu récemment aussi qu'il y avait beaucoup de controverses à Toronto. Ils veulent, je pense, c'est Dundas Square et Dufferin, je pense qu'ils voulaient renommer. Est-ce que cette discussion des controverses n'ont pas eu lieu au niveau comité? Comme pourquoi est-ce qu'il y a tellement de controverses à Toronto avec ces changements-là versus ailleurs? Merci.
Peut-être pour répondre à vos questions, peut-être pour commencer par la première. Alors, à mon avis, bon, il y a différentes cultures de commémoration, il y a différentes formes d'attachement. Je pense que c'est peut-être qu'il y a différents dialogues. Moi, je suis convaincu que la politique qui est proposée, c'est abreuvé, en fait, de différentes idées, de différentes traditions. Et on a eu donc un peu une perspective francophone, aussi bien qu'une perspective anglophone, celle des Premières Nations, de la nation haute. Donc, tout ça, je pense que ça a alimenté beaucoup la politique. Le reste, ben là, ce sera peut-être le fruit d'une analyse plus poussée. Pour ce qui est de, moi, bon, là, je vais répondre, mais je le réponds de façon très personnelle. Quelque chose comme Sankofa Square, à mon avis, a très peu de sens. Mais je le réponds de façon très personnelle. Je pense qu'on doit faire, la diversité, elle est dans le territoire et c'est aux villes, je crois, de se retourner vers les gens qui occupent le territoire, qui ont marqué l'histoire et d'en faire une fenêtre plutôt que de se tourner. Alors, à mon avis, ça, c'est beaucoup plus un faux pas. Et je pense que le comité a été très prudent dans son travail, a entendu tous les points de vue, mais des points de vue très différents, puis arriver avec des propositions, des pistes d'action qui sont, à mon avis, très prudentes, mais aussi qui sont garantes d'un discours sur ces questions qui seront beaucoup plus sereins, à mon avis. Alors, je ne sais pas si j'ai bien répondu à vos questions.
Oui, et je voulais juste aussi vous féliciter avec tout le beau travail que vous faites au musée au parc. On est en train de regarder une commémoration pour l'historique des Noirs dans mon quartier sur le chemin Besserer et ils étaient vraiment inspirés par les pancartes que vous avez avec les codes QR. Alors, félicitations, merci d'être ici aujourd'hui et I also want to give a shout out. Everybody should go to the musée au parc. It's a wonderful, wonderful gem. You were there recently also for the Maple Festival. So, merci beaucoup, Jonathan. Merci pour tout ton travail.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Paquette, pour votre présentation. And bonne journée. And I have to concur, the Museo Park was amazing. It was lovely. I'd highly recommend stopping by and visiting it, particularly during Sugar Shack season. We're talking about pierogies and Sugar Shack maple syrup. It's that kind of meeting today. We have no further delegations at this time. We are going to go to questions to staff, but first I'm going to ask Councillor Johnson to read in her direction. I believe it's a direction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is being moved by Councillor Bradley on my behalf or submitted. That Recreation, Cultural and Facility Services Department staff, as part of the annual reporting on the commemorative naming program, outline progress on the programs that represent equity denied community as described in the report: women, gender diverse, racialized, differently abled, francophone and linguistic minority, and First Nations, Inuit, and Métis voices.
Okay, and that is being moved on your behalf by Vice Chair Bradley. Are staff amenable to accepting this direction?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much, Councillor Johnson, by way of Vice Chair Bradley. Now we have an opportunity to ask any questions of staff. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much. So just a few questions with respect to processing costs. So I really appreciate that we're going to be putting this into the community's hands. And you can see from the report the extensive work that you've done to embed this next process in community, which I think is very commendable. But I wonder, are there going to be any aspects of an individual that are like a no-go from the city's perspective? Like, you know, especially when we're looking at people historically, you know, whether they have a history of, you know, any kind of ism or, you know, I don't need to list all the ways that people can have, you know, aspects of their behavior that are perhaps less ideal, or is that going to be put completely to the group to decide?
Chair, it is the intent to put it to the group to decide. The current process that we have was problematic, as most of you knew. That process involved getting a criminal reference check and other such things that often brought up aspects of someone's life that were distant, irrelevant, and certainly didn't overshadow whatever accomplishments they made in terms of why they were being recognized. So the intent really is to create an evidence-based process and I'm mindful of the delegation's comments about onerous process. The process that we inherited back in 2016 from the clerk's office really was trying to strike a balance between evidence and understanding what the city was going to honor on its facilities so that there were no surprises. And I take the message that we need to find a balance between being thorough and evidence-based and not making the process too onerous. So we haven't released the process yet. We're still in anticipation of this being approved by council. We're still working on the implementation piece of that, and that is a takeaway. But to answer the basis of the question, there is no list of things that would disqualify people. Obviously, the committee would look at the entirety of the person and make a recommendation based on that.
Okay, and similarly, it will be up to the sort of community group to identify how within their own self-governance a person is put forward for recommendation. Like there's no like 66% of people say yes and they go through or whatever.
There are no such rules, no.
Okay. All right, that'll be interesting. I mean, I'm certainly interested in the idea of self-governance, but I'll be interested to see how that group reports back their success or their challenges with that. I don't suggest that the city needs to be the one to solve for that, though. I think what we're trying to do here is really nice. The other question I had was, you know, with the idea of cost sharing with a community group or the proponent for the application. Are we introducing a barrier for certain groups who might not be able to afford this type of process? And do we have a fund, or are we imagining a fund that could offset costs that could help us reach our equity-seeking ambitions here?
Chair, obviously free is always the lowest barrier. However, we are trying to strike a balance between a program that with the current funding, which is just under $20,000, we really can only afford to do 3 or 4 commemorations a year, which certainly doesn't meet the demand that we're getting. Our benchmarking shows that most municipalities have introduced either 100%, the nominator pays, or a hybrid like we are proposing. Staff did go out and do quite a bit of research in terms of how we could bring the cost down. Street naming commemorations will still be free. We have brought down the price of the smaller neighborhood commemorations, which make them affordable. And we're also looking at the opportunity that groups can take some time to fundraise. I mean, an approval in principle, much like we do with our other partnership programs, is that if groups want to fundraise to do this, we can give them time to implement it and make that happen. And then the last piece of this is that there is, and I'm mentioning this because it currently happens a lot, is that there is a component of the more expensive nominations, commemorations rather, notably the big city facilities or parks, where what drives up the cost is actually changing the facility signage. And that part of it is cash in lieu of parkland eligible. And what we're finding now is that often councillors are using the CIL fund to supplement and make it possible. And this would reduce the overall cost in some cases.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much. Those are strong answers to my questions, and thank you for accepting the direction. I know one of the challenges, of course, will be that we can only, or the community vetting group can only approve those names that are submitted, and so to have mandated targets might be challenging. But over time, as we're increasing the outreach and with the annual reporting on those metrics, I think we'll be able to refocus our outreach on where we need to, and perhaps through groups like the delegation and other groups that can't be here today, we can do more to bring that diversity forward. So again, really just want to thank your team, Mr. Chenier, for you're putting some power and control into the hands of the community to oversee something like this. I think that's something that we're often looking at from city departments, is to try something with the community in mind and a community-centered approach, and then find out, and maybe after a bit of evidence is collected, whether it's working or whether it's not, versus the traditional kind of risk-adverse approach. So I just wanted to appreciate you putting forward a report that looks like this, and we'll revisit in a year and see how it all shakes out. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor King, you're next.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And just briefly, I wanted to thank Councillor Johnson for the direction. I think it is important for us to have measurements in order to determine our success. I think we heard from delegations that that they want to see more equity across the board in terms of these commemorations, and that would be a very powerful tool for both committee and council to receive information as to progress. So I'm very appreciative of that. I had a question, and it's also, I think, reflects the line of discussion that was advanced by the delegation around the application process being streamlined. And I know that you had just said that you are working on it, but I am still interested on whether you could elaborate on how the application process can be streamlined.
Thank you, Chair. So we're really, in terms of the evidence that we're requesting, it's based on one of the guiding principles of the municipal commemoration policy. So some of the things you'll see put forward in the policy is we're looking for some sort of evidence to really back it, so that the departmental working group can really assess it on its true merit. So, we'll be opening up an application process that will be a little more public than it has in the past. We used to just receive them kind of ad hoc through the year, and it was not publicized in any way. It was just a program that lived on ottawa.ca. So we'll be doing more emphasis on kind of getting the word out to the community to let them know that the application process is open. Once all the applications are submitted, we'll be able to vet through them, check with emergency services, look with our partners within the city to make sure that everything is okay from an emergency preparedness perspective, from a wayfinding perspective. Once we have all the documentation in place, we'll be passing it on to whether it's the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Consultative Circle for Indigenous applications, or to the departmental working group. They'll be able to review that information, provide any comments, and provide some sort of prioritization. From there, depending if it's a minor or a major asset, either it would go to the GM and there would be a discussion with the ward councillor and the community association to make sure there's concurrence. And if it's a major asset, it would still proceed to council for approval, committee and council for approval.
I appreciate you outlining that process, and I appreciate that we have this report in front of us that clearly outlines a process, because that had been a challenge in the past. And I'm also pleased that according to the report, we'll see application periods opening up in the fall. Because I think with the review, as we know, there was a backlog of interest in terms of applications. I'm looking at my colleague, Councillor Plot. I know, she has some requests, and I know that I have had some requests in my community specifically to recognize the contributions, the historical contributions of the Indigenous community. So I'm also really gratified to see that there is really a path to addressing historical inequalities in this report, especially concerning equity-seeking groups, and also most importantly concerning the Indigenous community, and especially the Algonquin and Anishinaabe host nation. So really appreciative of the report before us, and looking forward to that application process opening up in the fall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for bringing this forward. As you know, I had been the liaison on women and gender equity, and that's what really got to me, was that there was just nothing in place to encourage seeing more, if we're doing naming of promoting women's names, we have some amazing candidates out there. And as we've heard from community members, this is very possible. Now, you're basically working with what names you get that get submitted. But how do we encourage gender equity?
Chair, as Katie was mentioning, this program was a relatively static program. It lived on ottawa.ca, but we did not promote it. With the relaunch of the new program, it is our intent to reach out and to publicize not only that the program exists, but the new features of the program, and to encourage. And I'm happy to hear from the delegation they're willing to work with us to help promote that. But throughout the consultation in this process, many groups have come forward and identified an interest. And I think there is an opportunity to really create a web in the community of this new information, the new criteria, and perhaps it's an unfounded fear, but we may end up getting a lot of applications at this point, which we would welcome, because I think there is a process that, this is a moving forward program that I think if we make it more sustainable will allow us to process more. So we're happy to not only launch this, but to actually put an emphasis on the new criteria and principles that Council eventually approves.
Thank you. Since we have control over who's on the panel, can we have that as gender equity?
I don't see an issue with that. I think that is one of the lenses that our team will look at, and I think we will be very mindful of that in putting together the team.
Can I put a motion forward to that we have gender equity for our panel?
We'd accept it as a motion or a direction to staff. We don't
Direction.
have an issue with either one.
Okay. If I can do that, a direction to staff that we have gender equity for the panel for the naming process. Sorry, I don't have wording, but is that okay? Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Always relying on clerks. I have been working actually with the consultative circle and looking at possibilities in my ward. And it was a wonderful experience, by the way, our First Nation hosts. But they only meet every 2 or 3 months. And so I think people should be aware of that, that they're not on call or anything. So just, in terms of the timing of the issues, and I really appreciate that we're working very closely with the First Nation hosts of our area. But just wanted to get your comment on that because there's lots of opportunities and I appreciate moving away from just names of people, but also just using culturally appropriate names of the Anishinaabe language.
Chair, the council brings up a good point, and we are going to align. What will help is creating 2 applications per year with cohorts of bringing together so that we're not under the current system where they come in randomly and continuously. It would have been very hard with the circle. We now know that in the fall and in the spring, we will have work for them to do. And so we can align what we do with their meetings so that it is a kind of something that meshes in very well. So, I mean, there will be a first time and there may be hiccups, but we think that there is an alignment here that'll work.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to point that out because I've been working through the process and it's wonderful, but it just the timing it should be pointed out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. And I believe clerk staff is just putting together a bit of a direction capturing what you want, and they'll circulate it to you, and we'll have it by the end. Thank you for your indulgence, everyone. I don't know what's going on, I'm choking today too. Councillor DeRoche.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff, for the presentation. I was reticent about this review, and I'm still concerned about the process that we've put in place, and I think. To some extent, it depends on where you live in the city in terms of what we're doing to find some balance in terms of some of the names. And obviously in the older parts, we don't have that balance, but I think we're moving in the right directions in the new communities, partly because we have a lot of new streets and a lot of new parks. And it does take some work working with the community to come up with names that have some connection. I'm very proud in my ward that we have places like Claudette Kane, Helen Rapp, the first Women Veterans Street, Joan O'Malley, Gus Est was a Korean War veteran, Glenroy Gilbert, Sue Holloway. So I do think it takes some work on behalf of the councillor to identify those opportunities in the respective wards and work with the community on names to come forward. So I'm pleased to hear there's groups interested in doing that. Is there anything, Mr. Chenier, that would prevent, so for example, in the case of Gus Est, Korean War veteran, we took a street that I think was called, I don't remember what it was called. It had really no historical value. It was named after the street. And the community was quite happy to change the name because it didn't have a lot of connection. So this policy would apply to potentially parks that are older that city councilor could change the name of that park if they wanted to. Not just new.
There is a provision for renaming, and we did, in fact, one of the stumbling blocks we get is many of the parks are commemoratively named after the street that they're on. And we have specified in this policy that where that is the case, the park name will not be considered commemorative just because it's adjacent to a street that is. And I think that will open up and facilitate being able to rename parks with their own individual names.
Yeah, and to me, I'm glad to hear that because I think obviously it's extremely challenging to change a street name because people have their addresses and what have you. But again, if there's just a generic name that's named after the street, to me, there's lots of opportunities right across the city. It's not just in the suburban communities. I'm also pleased with the delegation that they're pushing us. I hope they continue to push the school boards as well. They're doing, I think, a decent job of commemorative naming, whether that be for Franco-Ontarians, Jonathan Pitre, Michel Dupuis in my neck of the woods, Mino Meekin School that's going to be opening in Finlay Creek. So it's not just the city of Ottawa, and I hope they talk to the NCC as well. Like, I don't see why we have the Bruce Pit or the Conroy Pit. There's lots of assets that the federal government owns that I think are public facing that could fit the bill. And I think that's what kind of creates that impression of a very diverse city when you have kind of all the jurisdictions kind of moving in that direction, not just the city of Ottawa. So I think that's part of how we get to that balance is having our partners beside us there doing work. I want to ask about our veterans commemorative naming that we do every year for the Remembrance Week, Mr. Chenier. That's going to continue, I hope. It's important. It's popular. I think it's in the nation's interest that we continue to do that, and I hope that's still going to be a part of this program.
Chair, yes, the Office of Protocol is lead on that, and we have specifically made the allowances within this policy that there will be no change.
Okay. Two more questions. So on non-personal names. So in my ward, we've had like Nimick Park, which was named after a satellite. We've had Slattery's Field, which was a historic field where the first flight took place. We had the Vimy Memorial Bridge. How are these covered in this policy, that you've got some local or national significant names that I think are certainly important and part of the mix? And how are they covered off under this policy?
Chair, the policy opens up the possibility for events of significance so that, and we're moving away from just individuals in the current policy. So there is opportunity now for two things. One is for events, things that are beyond individuals or groups. But there is also in this policy a tie into a process so that non-commemorative names of any kind can be submitted and considered as part of this as well. There's no funding. That will require a separate source of funding for those. But the policy does open up two new avenues that didn't exist before.
Okay. And just lastly, on the assets that would be subject to this, I agree with the delegation that, you want some names to be tied to significant assets. But also we have some assets that I think that are coming online. They're multi-use pathways that are going to be enabled as part of the LRT. We've got some fantastic stormwater facilities, which doesn't sound glamorous, but these are beautiful facilities that we're building in the community. I think they're very deserving opportunities for naming. So would the policy cover those opportunities as well, again, so that we can have a really broad application of commemorative naming?
Chair, yes, we have listed as many of the more common commemoratively named assets in the report, primarily for the purpose of classifying between major and minor assets. But the policy also delegates authority for us to add, if there is something there that something that isn't there that we want to commemorate, we do have the ability to add it through delegated authority, and to classify it as either minor or major, whatever the case being. So there is provision, Councillor, to expand on the list, if you will, without coming back to council.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you so much, Councillor. Councillor Troster.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm sorry I was late. I was at my daughter's graduation. Not right now, honey. Okay, just a minute. Welcome to Slice of Reality. My question is, the policy, to my understanding, does provide provisions for renaming in situations where an asset is identified as needing to be renamed for whatever reason. But the question is there any process in place for an environmental scan of existing assets to identify whether there might be names there that are offensive to the community or outdated in some way? The reason I ask is, we've seen a wave of protests that have involved all over the country and internationally, toppling monuments, changing names. There was incredible actions to rename what is now the Kitchi Zibi Mikan, and that was Indigenous communities that led that. Is there any way to be proactively looking at those names, or is that not something that this policy considers?
Chair, this is not something considered in this policy. As I identified, this is really a policy that looks at taking in new. Now, if somebody identified one of those names for renaming, this policy would apply, but there is no internal process to systematically look at what things are currently named, doing analysis and bringing forward recommendations. If it was the will of council, I think that would take resourcing and a different policy to provide some guidelines in terms of that. So no, this policy does not go that far.
Okay, thank you so much. So what is the process if a person or an individual identifies a name of a city asset as being problematic, what steps do they take and how does staff consider that?
It would essentially be a renaming application where they would select a park, a street, a whatever it might be, and recommend that it be named something different. And then the process outlined in the policy is that we would treat that as a commemorative naming application, take it to the committee, formulate recommendations, and depending on those recommendations, take them to committee and council or do further investigation in some cases to validate, identify those kinds of things. So that would be the process.
Okay, so you're suggesting that if someone identifies a name as being problematic, they need to suggest a new name for it to be considered by staff. There's no kind of reporting mechanism simply to lodge a complaint or to identify a potentially problematic name?
Not under this policy. This is simply a policy to do commemorative namings. It is not to revise, to proactively revise or to receive complaints. I suspect that the avenue that I've talked about might be one where we engage in that debate. And you know, this may be identifying a need for another process at the city to look at those things. We did not go that far in this policy because firstly, time was of the essence. We were trying to relaunch the commemorative naming policy. And I suspect that the benchmarking and the amount of work to create a policy that you're referring to would probably be a whole lot different line of inquiry in terms of what's out there and how they're doing it.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I completely understand. I think for now, if any residents are watching, I think the first step would be to talk to your city councilor if you think that there's something in your ward that's problematic so that we can help, you know, guide residents towards a renaming process if that's something they're interested in. So thank you. And I really appreciate the thought that went into this. And I also really appreciate both Councillor Johnson's direction and also Councillor Kavanaugh. I think it's really important as we review and relaunch this process to keep those equity considerations in mind. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster, and you segued nicely. Before we go to our next question, I am going to ask Councillor Kavanaugh to read in her direction that is now available and see if staff are amenable to accepting it.
Thank you. Is it going on screen? Thank you.
It is.
Okay. That Recreation, Culture and Facility Service staff consider gender equity when appointing the membership of the Commemoration Policy Working Group.
Chair, staff fully accept that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Plante.
Merci beaucoup. I'll just sort of repeat in English what I said earlier in French. And like as Francophones, we love to name things, especially after someone passes away. They just renamed a whole highway after Guy Lafleur a year ago. We have hyphenated last names, like we have 2 last names. We often give our children 2 first names. It's our bag. So if anybody ever wants to talk about this issue, I'm totally open because it's something we're very, very good at. The license plate even says Je me souviens in Quebec because we do want to remember the people who came before and commemorate them accordingly. I just had sort of 3 points, Dan, and you didn't bring it up, but I just wanted to point out too, because we do have a lot of streets downtown that do carry the same names as the park. So like Bessemer Street, Bessemer Park, Amol Street, Amol Park. And I was actually told by Emergency Management Service that changing the names makes it easier for them if ever they do get a call to some of these areas. So there is sort of an administrative reason to start the process and engage with your communities. It is helpful, especially in areas like ours where we do have a lot of calls for ambulance. I'm not sure if this is the right committee for this one, but we did talk about the commemorative tree policy earlier in the week. And I'm not sure if it's Dan that I need to speak to you about this, but we do have a lot of obviously lower income people where this kind of stuff would be prohibited. So maybe before council, if we could just have a conversation about creating some sort of fund for people who would like to do some commemoration, whether it is the tree or anything else, and then where funding is an issue. I know you talked about the fundraising, but sometimes, for example, if you're dying of an overdose, you've alienated your family, you don't have a lot of friends, you're in circumstances in your life where you're worthy of commemorations, but your finances don't allow for it. So maybe we can have that conversation offline. And then the last question I had is, you did mention that there was a lot of people who had reached out since we paused the policy about renaming. Is it possible, because I'm suspecting we're going to have an avalanche of requests, that we maybe do have some sort of 2-week window where people who wanted to apply earlier can just kind of get their applications in before the new system comes in? Because I do worry there will be a lot of people who are trying to play catch up, and it'll be very difficult for staff. So is that something maybe you're willing to consider?
I'll take it away and talk to staff about it, Councillor. I don't know the implications of saying yes or no. So I'd like to take it away, and perhaps we can chat offline to figure out if that's doable.
I will send you a Teams message. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Chair.
Derrière. I am not seeing any further questions. Thank you very much to staff for this. Is this item carried? Wonderful. We have 6.2, which is the Vanier Cultural and Action Cultural Revitalization Plan. We have a number of delegations. We also have the inquiry that was held for Councillor Hill. But noting it is noon and everybody probably could use a quick break, I'm going to suggest that we take a break for 10 minutes. So we'll resume at 12:10 and then dig into the rest of the meat of the meeting. So back at 12:10, everyone. Okay, thank you, everyone. I am going to advise that we are just barely making quorum. So if everybody could return to their seats, or if individuals online can flip on their camera, at least for the interim, so we know that we have the numbers, that'd be greatly appreciated. And we are going to get moving on to item 6.2, Vanier Culture and Action, Cultural Revitalization Plan. We do not have a presentation on this item. However, I have asked Dan Chenier, General Manager, to just kind of get a bit of a summary and overview of the item. And then we do have a number of delegations. So Dan, please take it away.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Today with me, I have Tom Radford. Tom Radford has worked on this file directly. He's here to answer your questions. Very happy to be here today to present Vanier in Action. Now, this is an initiative which dates back to 2019. This is one of the projects that was ongoing throughout the pandemic. It was influenced by the fact that we wasted some time during the pandemic.
Be here. This is a project that the department has been working with the community on for some time now. The basis of this project was really to create a close but long-term connection with the Vanier community and work towards using culture as a way to bring life and activity and flourish the cultural environment in Vanier, leveraging what is already a very active and vibrant cultural community in the area. What we've ended up with is in 9 goals and 39 actions that all speak to those ambitions we have. This project is a little bit patterned over on similar cultural initiatives that have done really well in places like Saint-Roch in Quebec, Soho in New York, all of them using culture as a lever for community development, for economic development. 39 actions. When I first saw the work of the community and the city on this, there were 193 ideas put forward. That was both a testimony to the involvement of the community in terms of how they saw that this might go, but also gives an indication of what the possibilities are. So the 39 actions, to a large part, are a synthesis of what we want to do. But beneath those, there are a whole bunch of ideas that are paths to be explored. And I say that because this is a 10-year program that we've put forward. We are looking at short-term goals. We are looking at medium-term goals and long-term goals. We've defined those in the report as the next 2 years, the next 5 years, and the next 10 years, which really means, as has been the case with previous cultural strategies, that we are not asking for a big upfront resourcing of this project. What we are asking for is approval, which is really in principle for us to go and work out with the community under those 39 actions, what the projects will actually be, what they will cost. If you've looked through the 39 actions, many of them are achievable within existing resources. In fact, I think we've completed 2 already, if I'm not mistaken, and we're well underway on a few. We do have cultural funding that both for project funding and other types of funding that would be able to support this over the next few years. And we do have agreement from city departments that as this becomes a council priority, when the report is hopefully approved, that it will become part of all of our work plans in order to allocate resources. That doesn't mean that we won't need supplemental resources. That is quite likely in some cases. And as budget years go by, we will identify areas where we can't move forward because we have a financial block or we have a resourcing block. And we will address those en temps aigu, if you will. So that is just a bit of the context that I wanted to share with the committee. And then we'll be happy to answer questions after the delegation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dan. So we will move directly to delegations. Our first delegation is Diane Reardon. Diane, if you can come up, and you will have 5 minutes.
Ah, OK, pardon. Alors, bon après-midi.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Diane Reardon. I agreed to chair the working group which will attempt to bring to fruition all the actions that are put forward in the new Vanier Culture in Action report. I know that people want figures, and I have to admit, really, that the committee made the decision, the working group made the decision to not really cost this out right away. We want to make sure that the city and the Vanier community partners fully understand the approach, first of all. This means that we have to identify projects. We have to work very closely with the city. We won't be working alone. Vanier won't be working alone, and the city won't be working alone. We'll be working in cooperation with each other. I have to admit that I've done some research on the sites that Mr. Chenier just mentioned. And I saw what Limoilou outside Quebec City did with a similar approach. Limoilou is a very similar neighborhood to Vanier. It's an underprivileged area or neighborhood, but they were successful in implementing this type of policy. Their title was Limoilou chez nous. Limoilou is our home. Well, culture really allows you to develop a feeling of belonging. This doesn't necessarily always exist in Vanier now. It's becoming a mini Canada, if you like, in Vanier. The challenges are the same in Vanier as they are elsewhere in the country. It's no longer the Vanier that existed in the past. We have to understand that. Research has been done on this to prove this. A cultural approach, a cultural policy, that doesn't just mean murals. It means theater, music, animation, festivals for kids as well. There's a whole new generation growing up in Vanier, and we really need to foster culture in Vanier. I'm not alone today. There are members of our delegation who have agreed to come and talk to you today. So I'd like to give the floor to Chris Greenfield. I'm sure you know him already. We've all told Chris 5 minutes, no longer, not a minute longer. Thank you. Can I ask you a question? Diane, can I ask you a question? I'd like to ask you a question here. Go ahead. Not so quickly, not so. I'd like to thank you for having led this initiative. There's no one else in Vanier who could do this, just you. I'd like to thank your husband, who has done a lot of volunteering, your leaders in the community, and you do that with pride. It's something that the situation of kids in my area is of great concern to me. I'd like you to develop your comments about kids in Vanier. Well, look, I live in Vanier. I see kids walking to school, coming back from school, rather. I don't think there are enough activities for young kids, school-age kids. elementary school kids. Schools put on activities. They have their programs, they have the curriculum. The schools can't do everything. I think that the community can do something more. This weekend, for example, we celebrated the solstice. You'd be surprised how many young kids turned out, and they love that type of event. What we have to do really is to organize games, sports, but we have to integrate kids into our community. That's the future generation. That's why it's important. Something I failed to develop is the following: the relationship between the economy and culture. The culture is an integral part of economy. Taylor Swift is very, very successful through her music and culture. Economy and culture have to go hand in hand. It's no longer a luxury, I don't think. Culture is no longer a luxury. It's essential. It's vital. And for kids, I hope I've answered your question. Of course, I think it's fair to admit that the new generation plays soccer, they play basketball. We need facilities that meet those needs, the needs of the new generation. You're right. Come to Vanier, at the Riverain Park. Now you see young kids playing basketball there. They're all better than I was when I was their age. They're very, very good. There's fantastic potential we have to develop and tap into here, I think. Chris, thank you very much. Over to you. Thank you, Deanne.
Welcome, Chris. Chris Greenshields from the Vanier Community Association. You're welcome to
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
The Vanier Community Association is happy to support the staff recommendation to adopt the Vanier Culture and Action Plan of Action and to establish a joint staff and community working group to oversee its implementation, together with confirmation of the role of the Vanier Steering Committee to bring community representatives together to advance actions to promote Vanier culture and action as a further contribution to Vanier's revitalization in the context of building on its Franco-Ontarian heritage and promoting Vanier's cultural diversity. The strategy also needs to contribute to reconciliation. Vanier residents are privileged as neighbors to live in our community with the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation and with other First Nation, Inuit, and Métis peoples. Work on the Vanier cultural strategy has taken us almost 7 years, highlighted by the community consultations of the VCA-led Vanier Culture and Action Forum, together with the Montreal Road Revitalization Project to be completed this year. We look forward to building on other initiatives through the plan of action. The city's announcement of plans to purchase the long vacant Lajoie schools as a community center, the Vanier Public Art Plan, and the new Vanier Secondary Plan to better plan, among other things, for desperately needed parkland and cultural spaces. We are pleased that Vanier's Community Electronic Board, a BBRN initiative, is about to be launched to promote Vanier cultural and other communities. And here I should add, we're also continue to wait the return of our only indoor physical recreation facility at Grand Met. And I'm encouraged to hear what has been said earlier today. Community organizations in Vanier continue to promote Vanier's cultural landscape, the Vanier BIA, with a range of cultural and economic development activities. You'll hear later from Natalie. The Vanier Community Services Center with youth and family program. And the executive director will speak to that. And the remarkable where the two organizations together in the Vanier Community Hub turned a parking lot into a community cultural space recognized by national and international awards. The VCA and its Francophonie Committee has organized events at the new Carré de la Francophonie de Vanier, for example, at La Fête de la Saint-Jean on June 24th. It is now advocating for funding for ongoing programming at this location with funding and collaboration with other organizations in the city. As we've heard earlier, the Museo Park's rebuilding of the Sugar Shack and the launch of new exhibitions are also important parts of Vanier's revitalization underway. Ici, je dois noter en citant le paragraphe.
I should also quote paragraph 6 of the report about the participation conditions. The Francophone community in Vanier would also like to be able to make a contribution to the working group to have its past heritage and legacy celebrated and to celebrate modern Vanier and all its diversity. For example, the participation conditions in the report, knowledge of the cultural landscape in Vanier and the history of Vanier, its various cultural groups and its residents as well. And also, very important, advocating for the cultural landscape in Vanier, including its various cultural groups and residents.
Of the city's budgetary process regarding funding for various programs and initiatives under the plan of action to ensure its implementation and the advancement of its goals. Merci, thank you.
Merci, Chris. Une question de la conseillère Plante.
A question from Councillor Plante.
For the work you do with the VCA, I know it keeps you on your toes, never a dull moment. I do want to get a little serious for a minute because land tribunal decision from Salvation Army, which references this cultural strategy, and then I'll ask my question. It talked about a planner, Mr. Migueles, who was employed at the city. He advised, he was one of the people who was questioned during the proceedings. He advised the tribunal that he does not believe institutional uses such as shelters in Vanier would impact the community. He outlined the various improvements the city has implemented in the Vanier area, including a future cultural strategy that would specifically promote the Francophone culture, such as art, culture, and design. I worry, and I'm going to be really honest with you, that this will be leveraged again to put more non-housing solutions in the Vanier area. Do you share the same concerns?
Well, this has been an ongoing concern. Logement d'abord, housing first, since the very beginning has been the priority for the Vanier community. We do not believe in these kinds of emergency shelters. You've had that discussion already. Clearly, while there is development taking place in Vanier's western sector, 2,300 new units, rental units going in probably in the next few years, completion. But the French Quarter, there will unlikely to be any immediate development because of what I call the overhang of the emergency shelter, the mega shelter. The Salvation Army has now refused to meet with the community. And so that's a challenge. We are looking at the implications, trying to learn from the core pilot, for example, because for the city is now just announced this morning $68 million over the next 3 years for dealing with the impacts of such shelters. So these are challenges. The loss of our own, we don't have any indoor physical activity facilities in Vanier. So we have lost the Grand Met now for 5 years. We've made all sorts of proposals. This came up in the OMB hearing. This was the case that the city made. The major developers in the French Quarter were very clear. They're not going to invest in that kind of environment. And nothing has happened in terms of the large empty spaces in the French Quarter.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, Chris, for being here. Appreciate it. Our next, oh, I don't see any other questions. No? Is that a legacy hand, Councillor? Okay, perfect. Our next delegation is Hélène Caillé. Bienvenue, Hélène. Welcome.
Welcome, Helen.
C'est un grand plaisir d'être ici
It's a
aujourd'hui.
great pleasure to be here today. I think that Action Vanier Culture in Action is something that's very, very important. We have treasures, cultural treasures in this small Francophone community. We also have Amerindian treasures as well. Now, for Aboriginals, we're lucky to have communities that come from across the country. We have communities from all nations who are present in Vanier, and that makes that's an asset for us. It's an asset compared to other cities because there are people from across the land who live in Vanier. All their culture serves to enrich our neighborhood. Many of them are Francophones, others are Anglophones. Some speak their own Aboriginal languages, the Inuit especially. I think the city doesn't really know how we should move forward with our communities. I think we're disadvantaged in the way you approach us, in the way you describe us in the document, and in the way you categorize us that we don't really fit into. I think changes have to be made. But in the meantime, people have approached me, and I'll speak in English now.
Cruise lines that are now going to start exploring the extraordinary cruises up in the far north in the Arctic. And they're coming to Ottawa, to all our Indigenous communities, to ask us to produce crafts because they want to buy them from us for their cruise lines. Now, if that's not promoting the economic talent that we have in Vanier, that the cruise lines are recruiting our talent, I think that Ottawa is missing out on the culture of our peoples in Vanier and around the city. So there's a lot to explore. There's a lot to do. There's new things. We need to have new dialogues. We want them with respect, please, with respect. And at this point, we could only grow together. There's only so many wonderful things that we could do. As I work with Mr. King quite a bit on different issues, for getting things done. He knows that I'm a woman of action, and I make things happen. And it's all good. I mean, it could only benefit everyone. I mean, the city and, being a national capital, we could only enjoy the talents and the diversity. And we're not diversity. We are our First Nations. I keep saying, stop saying that you're on our land, start paying our taxes. You need to start paying rent sometime, So, but, we need to develop this together. We need to make sure that we have, and a lot of things are already in place. That's a good thing. It's not costly. A lot of things are in place, and we just need to develop them together and to work together and to just, develop them further, as we are, we're not all good at this. The city has great resources that we need to explore. So I wish to thank you all.
Thank you for coming. I don't see any questions. Miigwech, we really appreciate it, and merci beaucoup. Our next delegation is Marie-André Martel. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, merci, ça l'aide. Bonjour, mon nom
That
est
really helps. I'm Marie-André Martel. I'm the Director General of the Vanier Community Services Hub. Now, this is a multi-service hub at the heart of Vanier, made up of about 100 staff. This project is crucial for the Vanier community, as we've already heard today. I think you should recommend its approval to the council. Today, I'm here to provide 2 messages. First of all, the impact of our services for our clients is much broader when clients have the opportunity and safe space and access to cultural programming which is inclusive, which allows them to feel a sentiment of or feeling of belonging and pride in a community. We offer a whole range of services, integration services for newcomers, social intervention, a legal clinic for francophones, job services, community services. Basically, you want it, we have it. Our services are crucial. The impact of our services is limited if our clients don't feel that they belong and feel pride and feel integrated into the community. It's great to offer these services, but if we don't have cultural programming to support that, our services have less impact. Opportunities for cultural program in Vanier really support our services. Cultural activities, as we've already mentioned today, contribute to create an environment where everyone feels valued, included as well, which allows services to reach a greater number of residents. Cultural activities already happen in Vanier. The basketball team, which was launched for the first time in Vanier recently, the Carré La Francophonie activities, summer programming for kids and youth in French. These strengthen the feeling of belonging and of support and safety as well. These activities make a positive contribution to increasing the resiliency of our community, allowing members to better face the challenges of the modern world. If people use our services, that's fine, but what's important really is to support those services through cultural activities. I'll give you a concrete example. As part of our social pediatric services, we offer a social prescription. Young people are able to receive prescriptions, not medical prescriptions, for soccer classes, for art, for training, for summer camps that we wouldn't have access to without that prescription. These social prescriptions are even more important when they're based on cultural activities. This allows youth to feel a sense of belonging. We're part of an ecosystem. We're a village. It takes a village. Cohesion and the participation of all actors is important, is vital. We're committed to do our share, but we need the contribution of all players, including the city. The vitality of our community supports the well-being of all. If residents don't have the necessary conditions to fully integrate into the community, the services that we offer will be less impactful and effective. That was my first message. Second message is shorter. We must have a budget so that we can hire someone to coordinate the new Vanier culture in action. If we had that funding, we'd be able to hire someone to manage the project. That resource person would be responsible for the implementation of the project, allowing it to have a positive impact on the Vanier community. In conclusion, this plan is important for us, for the community. We would encourage you to support it and to recommend it be adopted by the council. Thank you very much, and it would be a great pleasure to answer any questions you may have. Thank you. Councillor Plant, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having taken stock of everything we do in the community. I'd just like to mention that you forgot the 5-kilometer race that we organized recently. You talked about funding. I'd just like to know how your organization would use funding for the cultural strategy. I think you said that you need a coordinator, someone who can steer the ship, if you like. Thank you, Councillor. You've read the report. There are 36 action plans. We need someone to coordinate those actions and implement them. That person should be responsible for coordinating and being a liaison between the community partners, schools, cultural organizations, and school boards. This person could ensure the success of the project by going out to get additional funding to implement the project and to ensure that it's a long-standing initiative. There are two of the objectives which have already been realized. One of those is the electronic billboard. We undertook this project without any additional cost. I think we need a person to actually manage that and other parts of the new plan. That person should join our team to ensure the proper implementation of the plan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Next. No further questions for you.
Next delegation is Natalie Carrier from the Vanier BIA.
Bonjour.
Hello, everyone. Madam Chair, great to see you again. Councillors, thank you for welcoming here.
Strategy, the first of its kind for the city of Ottawa, and a good first step for these types of endeavors. As
a Franco-Ontarian, we have my family arrived here in 1949, so I'm a resident of Vanier. I used to work for a TFO, and I'm now Director General of the BIA.
I knew the Vanier of my childhood, and I simply couldn't recognize it when I first started. It was in those moments that it became very clear to me and to my board that the way forward was to change the narrative of Vanier, to invest in its people and its places, and to do the right thing for the community, not just for the businesses. BIAs are curators of main streets. We spend our days considering the experience of the people in our communities, their safety, their interactions with the built environment, their experiences with each other, and of course, with our businesses. For the last 7 years, the Vanier BIA has invested well over $1.5 million in cultural assets in Vanier. That's over $150,000 a year on arts and programming. In 2021, we invested an additional $200,000 to ensure that as part of the revitalization, there would be access to power along the main street to host holiday lighting or special events in Quartier de la Francophonie or Carré de la Francophonie, amongst others. In 2022 alone, we invested $400,000 in murals, crosswalks, consultations, infrastructure, and of course, our internationally award-winning hub, which we're very proud of, where we offer free programming 4 days a week during the summer months, and what we like to refer to as the little parking lot that could. We program with Indigenous and Inuit communities, with the Francophone community, with Newcomer communities. We've created strong and important partnerships with developers, community associations, and other cultural providers. We created moments and spaces where culture and people can thrive in Vanier because we knew it had an impact on the economy. It was sort of a, if you build it, the investors will come, and I'm happy to say they have. With our partners at CSCV and Carleton University, we've undergone the project to transform the hub into a world-leading space where families and people of all walks of life will gather, where projects like Vélo Vanier, day camps, Inuit Olympics, our Family Pride Carnival, our Orange Shirt Making Day, and so many more will thrive for years to come. My colleague Andréane is working on a feasibility study right now that comes from a longstanding community goal to bring a cultural and socioeconomic center similar to the Daniel Spectrum building in Toronto to the main streets of Vanier. A building with multi-use spaces, affordable offices for creatives and community groups, performance and gathering spaces, green roofs, social enterprise, and more. Our partners at the Vanier Community Association work tirelessly year after year to ensure spaces like Carré de la Francophonie are animated. Long before the Vanier Cultural Strategy, the people and organizations of Vanier have fought, invested in, produced, and developed the vibrant cultural assets in Vanier. Though this report is a good step for the city, it also has several shortcomings. One, it missteps in failing to recognize the incredible work already done by organizations like mine and the CSTV. And others, the Vanier Hub being a perfect example. We're also slightly uncomfortable with some of the language around the Indigenous, Métis, and Inuit actions. Many of the actions are already dated, and a lot of them are already being done by people in Vanier. And it sets up an important, though it sets up an important internal framework within the city to alleviate bottlenecks. And I will say 5 years of painstaking lobbying on behalf of the BIA to finally get a great, albeit completely now diluted diluted by the internal bureaucracy version of our creative crosswalks. This is a luxury that organizations like mine have because we have full-time staff and more resources. It's not something most organizations would continue to fight for. And whilst the report collates a lot of the needs and requirements for cultural contributions, it does not place the appropriate recognition on the need for financing and the need for support of organizations that are already in place. In its essence, this document is a step in the right direction, but reality remains that the resourced organizations in our community, in this case, I'm referring specifically to the VCSC and the BIA, will continue to bear the weight and financial responsibility for the culture in Vanier. Our businesses have struggled in the last 5 years. I'm not the first person to tell you this, and still our businesses choose year after year to support the cultural strategies of the BIA because our mission is to be champions of Vanier, not just champions of Vanier businesses. I want to be clear that I understand the importance of these types of policies and plan, and we support this strategy and its intentions. Unfortunately, our position is simply that this collated what we are already doing ourselves and will continue to do for ourselves because it offers no financial support to organizations like the VCSC and what my colleague just mentioned, and it's dependent on volunteers like Diane to manage the project. I'm happy to take your questions. Oy.
Thank you so
It
much.
always feels more stressful than it actually is. I don't know why.
Yeah, don't be stressed.
No, I know. It just always feels like a marathon.
We just have some insightful questions, and I'm going to throw the first opportunity to ask those questions to Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I, for one, as the neighboring councillor to Vanier, but we're all a big family.
Well, my Vanier includes Overbrook, so because I have MacArthur,
and
so
vice
the
versa.
Vanier BIA includes Overbrook, so
and vice versa.
Exactly, and Rockcliffe and Manor Park and many others.
Absolutely. And you know, I do on behalf of many want to acknowledge the incredible work that the BIA does on a regular basis. I feel honored to be able to sit as the elected official along with Councillor Plante on the board because of the amount of work that the BIA has done, not just on behalf of the local merchants on our 3 main streets on MacArthur, on Beechwood. Primarily to me, there's also that cultural outreach. You're absolutely right. And I think we need to acknowledge the work that the BIA has undertaken and bring in grants to deliver the Vanier Hub, which we will be celebrating in terms of its opening this evening.
The 4-time award-winning Vanier Hub.
Absolutely. To put that on record, you know, receiving awards from the International Downtown Association recognizing the hub for its excellence through its achievement, through its Downtown Achievement Award of Excellence. Also receiving awards from the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association, recognizing innovation in public realm and placemaking. So we would acknowledge that the BIA has not just been focused on economic development, but also cultural development. And of course, your inputs are key in terms of the plan. So I wanted to see if you would elaborate on the need for greater financing and support. What I've heard from staff is that they see this as a plan that will evolve, that this is approval in principle, but that they will come back to organizations to ascertain what further actions need to be taken and what they will cost. So maybe my question to you is, what are the funding needs, in a sense, from the BIA and other associated organizations in order to make a substantive contribution to this cultural plan?
Thank you for your question, Councillor, and thank you for your comments. We are very proud, but we work with a lot of partners too. What I would say is that in the short term, I think organizations like Andréane, who have really been, let's be honest, burdened with managing Carré de la Francophonie, managing the new, the new sign. A lot of the things that the community wants and needs and requests are often managed either by Andréane's organization, the Vanier Community Service Center, or by mine. And so in the short term, I think it would be to offer a resource to Andréane that could help manage a lot of those different projects. And I certainly heard her speak on that. I think in the long term, I'm not sure. I first want to clarify that I think the staff have done an amazing job and we've worked very closely with them. Obviously, Tom has roots in our community and we support that. I think for me, what I understood this sort of exercise to be is a way for the city to create policy and substance and working groups that would help organizations like mine. And as an example, it shouldn't take 5 years to get a creative crosswalk put in. It just shouldn't. It should not take that long for somebody to have an idea that says, this will make my community better. It will make people feel welcome. It will add color where there's none. That should not be something that I work on for 5 years. I have a lot of other things to work on, but that's the reality. And so I understand that a lot of this work that we're doing is to sort of help the internal structure as well. In terms of financing, it's a tough question. And I think that's something that the committee needs to turn to and work with staff with on a longer term. Because as I said, some of the action items in there are already attributed and already branding, for example, that's something we've paid a lot of money to get done. Banners are going up, wraps are happening. The brand is changing. Richness and contrast is what we are in Vanier, and we've been touting that for a year. So there's a lot of work that's being done, and I think a lot of the partners that pay will continue to pay into the things that we do. I think it just lacked a little bit of recognition of the role that those partners are playing. BIA is mentioned twice in this report, and we've invested $1.5 million in 5 years. That's significant. That's murals and crosswalks and infrastructure and places to sit. The hub alone was initially designed for VCSC to be used and for the BIA to use, but now we have community groups saying, can we borrow your tables and chairs on a Friday? And can we have your barbecue? And we do. We let them come. The Filipino community now comes. We host a ton of events that we're not running ourselves within the hub now, which we're super proud of. And that's the whole point of it. But long term, these are just documents. If all you have is a staff person looking at it and writing it and sort of overseeing it, but the people that are doing it aren't supported, they're just documents. And I think there's value to that document, but the long-term goal has to be, how do we take these ideas that we have and make them actually work for the people that are making them?
Well, thank you.
And again, no disrespect to the report. I think it's the first step. And as a first step, we have to have honest conversations.
Yeah, no, thank you for those candid comments. They're very important. I think it is important. It's a refrain that we're hearing from organizations around the need for support. I'm hoping that this cultural plan will be a first step to ensure that we do define the supports that are required by all organizations in Vanier to really support the plan. And I would also note the importance of your observation that the way that this plan was formulated seemed to be that we kind of collated actions that have been undertaken or even completed by the community. I think that we have to go beyond that and provide a policy direction ultimately in this evolving strategy that ensures that there are the substantive supports to the organizations that are delivering the services. And my understanding is that there might be a motion advanced by the local ward councillor to ensure that we look at those resources. But once again, I do really want to thank the BIA and all the other organizations for all that you do in the community. I see it on a regular basis. It's making a massive difference. And it's not just felt in Vanier, it's felt in all the surrounding communities, including Overbrook and Rockcliffe Park and Manor Park. And we appreciate the value that you bring and the substance that you're bringing to our main streets and to the community and to enhancing culture. So thank you so much for all the work that you
Councillor,
do.
you know I'm susceptible to public crying, so please, that has to stop. If I could just add one thing, another thing that would help in the report is ownership. Who is doing what? And a lot of those actions are the strategic group, the strategic group, the strategic group. But that doesn't allow me to then turn around and say to my board, look, we should be taking this on for the next 5 years. What does that look like? And so I think that's something that I'd like to see further fleshed out, is like a real sort of ownership of who does what within that action group.
Thank you so much, Councillor King. And Natalie, only tears of joy.
Not always.
Tears are allowed in
Not
this
always.
committee.
Mostly, yes.
Saying.
Mostly.
Councillor Carr. Sorry, Councillor Plante.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, Nathalie. I think what Councillor King was saying is you kind of put all the other BIAs to shame, but I'm pretty biased. So
that's what I heard, but
I'm intimating here. He didn't say that directly. Alors, j'ai 3 questions.
I have 3 questions, however. I think you've been working with the Vanier BI for how many years now? Oh, I started in 2017. How have the needs of the community changed in that time? Well, that's a very good question, Councillor. The first thing we're seeing is major change in terms of social needs, substance abuse, homelessness. We're seeing that in our streets. Increasingly, our businesses are using resources, increasing amounts of resources to help these people, to feed homeless people, for example, to pick up garbage, to pick up needles, things like that. It's happening a lot more than it was 7 years ago. The other thing I'm seeing, the Salvation Army will change the dynamic in our community. We're already seeing young people in hotels along Montreal Road, and the Concord is now being closed. We hope it'll reopen. What we're really seeing is that we're seeing more investment in development. There are 12 major developments, 3 towers at the Cummings Bridge, another 2 at 150 Montreal Road, 5,000 new units over the next 10 years. So we're seeing a densification, and with that will come the need for cultural spaces, recreational spaces. In our catchment area, we have 20,000 people.
In Beechwood. Excuse, j'ai switché, je n'ai même pas remarqué.
Sorry, I switched back to English. I hadn't noticed. 20,000 people. And that's going to go up to 30,000, 40,000 over the next decade, I think. And that means we'll need parks, we'll need swimming pools, we'll need spaces like the Hub, where families can go and have a coffee, come and sit with their kids while they're playing. The Hub that we're currently working on with Carleton University is a bit like the Rainbow Park in Vancouver. It's a 3-dimensional park, a space that will allow for entertainment, a space that will be space for everyone. I don't know if you know what Vélo Vanier is.
It is the most amazing organization, and it's one of the tiny things that Andréane works on, but it's the most influential. Imagine that you were a kid living in a shelter and somebody lends you a bike for the whole summer. It changes everything about your life. Imagine that you're a family that can now go and take a ride along the river that's so close. Like, these are fundamentally changing things. So we're gonna need, as we grow, so many more of these services, so many more of access to parks and recreation. The Daniel Spectrum type building that we're building is both an economic and a cultural asset to our community, and the federal government sees it that way. That's why they've lent us money to explore it. That's why we had an MP and an MPP and councillors and developers with us in Toronto when we went to visit. That's why the Daniels Corporation in Toronto decided to invest in it. And if you're not familiar with the project, it's a tri-party project between a major developer, Toronto Public Housing, and Artscape, that created a space where there's housing, community space, social economic spaces, as well as economic spaces. So it's amazing. So the bottom line is we're gonna need more. We're gonna need more cultural, more things for people to do, and things for those families to do.
Great, and I have one.
It's a very long answer, sorry.
No, it's okay. So just one very last question. I'm gonna pose the same one I did to Chris Greenshields about, for lack of a better word, the cultural strategy was sort of leveraged in a legal proceeding by two people. I actually just went through the decision again to say, like, don't worry about that. Don't worry about the effects of having an emergency shelter near children, near parks, near anything else. They will be getting this cultural strategy. I've never heard of, people in the suburbs having that kind of play, I guess, on city amenities. So I was just wondering if you could comment on that.
So two comments on it. I think the very nature of Vanier being what we are, and the fact that we have the highest population of Indigenous people baked in this beautiful historical French community, the highest populations of Inuit outside Nunavut, highest populations of newcomers, like, that creates this really special sauce, which I'm so glad we're the pilot project for this. I really want to make sure that we understand that, because I think it has an element that's really important to recognize the cultural significance of our community and also the needs in communities like ours. I'm going to say it, the weaponization of that against something that was really traumatic continues to be traumatic for our community. And it's not about the people coming to our community, because we love those people. We want people to be treated with dignity. We believe that people deserve housing first and foremost. But the idea that a cultural strategy will somehow mitigate everything that comes with these types of changes, these types of historical scars, let's be honest, there's a lot of people in our community that aren't feeling so warm and fuzzy. And so we're going to have to bring the community together. We're going to have to do a lot of these things. So I don't think a cultural strategy mitigates anything. It certainly doesn't increase funding in necessities that our main streets are facing now and will continue to face with that type of thing. So what I would say is that one does not preclude the other or excuse the other. Both will have their own importance and significance. And I don't think I don't see the significance of this type of strategy for the mitigations of what comes with a shelter.
Thank you so much. And thanks for all the work you do. And I won't mention someone named Taylor Swift, but I know you. I know you're
Somebody already did. I didn't even have to do it.
Merci beaucoup.
It was amazing. Thank you so much.
Councillor Troster.
Oh, hi.
Hi. Yes, I'm up there. Sorry, I was home. I
Hello.
had to go to my daughter's graduation this morning. So thank you so much for being here, Natalie. I'm always so impressed with the work that you do and the work that so many BIAs do in our community. I just have a question for you, because I'm very intrigued learning more about this cultural plan and how you've unveiled it in Vanier, a neighborhood that was very much in decline when you first started working in the community. We're having similar struggles in the north part of Centertown right now. And one of the proposals that came out of the Board of Trade and the Canadian Urban Institute is to establish an arts district for the purpose of revitalization of the north part of Centertown. So I'm just wondering if you had any lesson learned for other communities that are looking at adopting a similar strategy, specifically to help give an uplift to more challenged parts of the city.
Well, what I can tell you is that when our BIA decided not to spend the $200,000 on glossy economic development type flyers and attracting these quote unquote new businesses to the quote unquote dilapidated areas of Montreal Road and MacArthur and not so much Beechwood then, but when we decided to take that money and put it into culture, what fundamentally happened is a shift in the community. So community silos that weren't working together. So before me, I'm not sure that the Community Association worked with the BIA nearly as close. I can tell you for a fact, it did not work with the Vanier Community Services Center. It did not have the partnerships with over 40 partners that we now have, be it, you know, the festivals around the city or Acobia or other BIAs, those types of things. And what we saw is that when you give people hope and when you reflect people and all of their beauty onto the streets, literally onto the streets and literally onto the walls, and when you start saying that people matter and that their walks of life and where they come from is significant and it is welcome, and that people are welcome no matter where they live or you know, where they nomadically end up every morning, it really matters. And it changed a lot of things. It changed a lot of things economically. And now what we're seeing 7 years later is that these seeds that we planted, and, you know, the counselors that are on my board that are on this table, certainly Ralston has been around, sorry, Councillor King has been around for a very long time. They can tell you that these seeds that we planted, we weren't 100% sure would actually grow. And now we're seeing it. And then people just, you know, we keep applying for grants and people just keep investing in us and investing in the vision. And so it has a massive impact. It has a massive, massive impact. The cultural economy in the city is so strong and yet very under-recognized. Our festivals are not recognized as economic drivers in this city, the way that music is, for example, right? They sit in different departments of the city. And so I think that like it's crucial and it's imperative, and your community is beautiful in so many ways. And I'm jealous of a lot of the things that you guys have as well. But I think that the short answer, which is already very long, is that, you know, these types of strategies do place these moments where people like you, who are lawmakers and who are decision makers and powerful people, can really start looking at the importance of culture in a way that isn't just about, you know, celebrating a mural. Murals go a lot further. I'll tell you one short story. Grandmother Irene, who is really important to our community, and Aiga Adigutsiak, when we created the mural in 2022 that's on the Ottawa Inn, we had a moment where before the artist started painting, we invited them for a blessing, and we wanted to have a meeting with them. And Grandmother Irene brought a soapstone bear. And she brought the bear because she wanted to instill protection in this project and in our community, and certainly in her people. And Grandmother Irene works with Minwashin Lodge, so women that are on our streets and work on our streets and are often trafficked. And so she brought this bear, and we had this whole conversation around it, and the artist immediately said, this has to be in the mural. And if you go to our mural, you'll see that the bear is at the back of the Ottawa Inn, because that's where protectors stand, in the back to protect you. And every time people come by that mural and they see, and we hear it all the time, they see the kudluk and they see the bear and they see other symbolism that's important. They see themselves, right? And that's what arts does. And it's more important than just a mural. It's not just a mural. It's really about, you know, the Franco-Ontarian crosswalk that we have is so powerful. It's like so simple. It's probably one of the least expensive projects, most challenging, but that we have. And yet it's significant. It says we are here. Like, this is where Francophones live. This is where we thrive. Carré de la Francophonie. And then the name it matters. So that's our take on it. And I'm happy to help you anytime. Anytime, Councillor Troster. Very, very big fan.
I'm a big fan of you too, and I just want to thank you for your inspiring leadership. It's really great to hear about, and it's you know, to really have a conversation about culture as a driver of community change we don't get to do that very often at committee. So thank you so much, and congratulations on everything you're doing.
Thank you very much, all of you. Merci.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for being here. And I would say, we aren't going to start a throwdown regarding whose BIA is the best. You know, Heart of Orleans, phenomenal. We have amazing BIAs, but I know that the Vanier BIA is phenomenal. So our next delegation is Suzanne Lapine. I understand there might be a presentation that is connected to this. Welcome, Suzanne. And as soon as we get the presentation up, you're free to start.
Bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, we can. Hello. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee and councillors for having given me this opportunity today. I'd also like to recognize my neighbors, Diane, Hélène, Chris, Marie-André, Nathalie. I'm speaking to you directly from Vancouver today. Next slide, please. I'd like to thank the City of Ottawa for having initiated the cultural strategy project. I'm very happy to have been to work with the city and with your committee. The imminent creation of the working group for the implementation of the strategy is something I'm very excited about. This project is vital for my community, and which is one of the most disadvantaged areas and diverse areas of the city. Next slide, please. I'm Suzanne Lepine. I'm a Franco-Ontarian. I've lived in Vanier for 60 years. I'm an engaged volunteer. And in 2017, I took part in the Montreal Road Revitalization Project consultations, and I joined I became a block captain for the project to work for the implementation of the project. Over the last few years, I've been raising issues and even created new infrastructure. We talked about the Carré de la Francophonie and the electronic billboard as well. Those are among them. Next slide, please. In the Carré de la Francophonie, and we held an event, Événement Carrément Lumé, that happened in 2023. Now, this project was initiated by the Vanier Community Association with the support of the BIA and CSA Vanier. Next slide, please. Now we have the new community billboard at the intersection of Vanier and Montreal Road. Now, this was my project with the support of the CSCV. Now, these are projects which require a lot of time, energy, and investment. And I'd like to thank the CSCV and the BIA for having supported us. Next slide, please. In the document, the mandate or the mandate of the working group, I'd like to point out that there's some shortcomings here. The working group is made up of 13 people, and of those 13 representatives, there are no francophones. There's no position for a francophone representative on the list of those making up the working group. Next slide, please. As I've said, no francophones, no designated representative who would be accountable to francophones. 27% of the population of Vanier speaks French at home, however. I think it's important to represent on the working group the various organizations and associations that are francophone in Vanier. Next slide, please. What I would like is to add to the working group another person who would be a francophone community representative. Now, that person could be consulted. I think it's important to do that. It's important to have another representative, another one in addition to the 15 existing on the list. And to conclude, we've been talking about Vanier and the fact that it lacks infrastructure, that it lacks programming, and I totally wholeheartedly agree with that. And Diane Reardon mentioned children, kids. I have to tell you that Vanier kids have very little infrastructure to play, to just hang out together. I grew up in Vanier, and I'd like to tell you a story. I grew up there, and there used to be the the Vanier Francophone Community Center, which is now the CSCV. This is a community hub. When I was young, we would hang out. There was bingo. There were dances for teenagers. It was a center where people came together. Like in other neighborhoods across the city, a community center is a place of gathering. Here in Vanier, after the merger, the community center was moved to Père Blanc. The Richelieu Center, as it's called today, is a magnificent place. It's great, but it's far. It's not accessible to the community. What we need really is a center, a space that's much more central. So what I would recommend, and I do support this project.
Madame, je m'excuse, ton temps s'est fait terminer.
Okay.
Merci pour votre.
Your speaking time is up. Thank you for your contribution. We don't have any questions for you, but thanks and have a nice day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So that is the end of our delegations. We have a motion that has not yet been put on the floor. So I will ask Councillor Plante to read that motion in. And we'll just get it on the screen.
Yeah, I'll just wait till it comes up on the screen.
Yep, he's putting it up.
Whereas the Vanier Culture and Action Revitalization Plan appears to be a good start to developing a cultural plan for Vanier with a significant community investment and endorsement, whereas there's no question that culture is one of the foundations of the identity, dynamism, and distinctiveness of Vanier, whereas Vanier has the highest population of Indigenous people of all of Ottawa, the highest population of Inuit outside Nunavut, one of the highest populations of newcomers representing more than 40 languages, cultures, and is firmly based in a historically significant Francophone culture, boasts one of the highest ratios of Francophone and Francophile in Ottawa, whereas culture is more than support for artists and culturalization. It also encompasses the cultural industries, music, publishing, audiovisual, visual arts, traditional arts, digital creativity, and entertainment. Fostering an inclusive community through contribution from artists, craft artists, creators, workers, companies, organizations, and cultural industries is what Vanier does best, and Vanier is definitely the place to make this happen. Whereas to be implemented, the report needs a determination of the budget required for its implementation and dated deadlines for it to be undertaken and completed. Therefore, be it resolved that in advance of budget 2025, staff work with the community, designate lead departments, and identify the appropriate dated timelines in years to undertake the measures proposed under the Vanier Cultural Report for consideration for funding for future budgets. Merci beaucoup.
So before I open up the floor to questions, I would ask staff to just weigh in on the motion before us.
Thank you, Chair. Staff are we're struggling a little bit with the motion in that Matrix 2 of the report currently identifies short-term, up to 2 years, 3 to 5 years for medium term, and long-term, 5 to 10 years for each of the actions. You certainly have no issues with altering the report to show years. So short-term would be 2025 to 27, et cetera. If that is the intent, we can certainly do that. That's easily accomplishable. I don't think at this point that we could be more precise than that to say that in 2031, we will undertake a particular project. We don't have that level of granular understanding of what the work is actually going to be. And so because of that, we've put them in time periods. And we also know that this is the best understanding of how the next 10 years will roll out. Already it's been mentioned that some projects that were longer term have been completed because like many of these strategies, there's opportunities, there's federal funding, there's something that a redevelopment that comes along where a project fits in. And so though we understand the want to have more precise timing on some of these things. I think the committee, our working group, will have to do its work to understand how these priorities will roll out and what the actual work is going to be before we can actually put timelines on when we might accomplish them. So we're not opposed to being more granular. We just don't think that at this point, until we, and you know, the theme today has really been city trying to work very closely with community. This document reflects that work to date. If we're going to change this, then I think the opportunity to go and have a discussion, and we send Tom off to talk about how we could show this differently. Similarly, we've identified, you know, a lot of the actions are my department, either the cultural or the recreation component, but also in there's talk about zoning. So we've assigned that to zoning. There's bylaw, we've assigned that to bylaw. They've been on board in terms of doing this. We've been able to identify that in the report as well. We're not sure how much further we can go in terms of more clarity on the direct city involvement. Most of that is in Matrix 2, which we think, at least at certain levels, satisfies what the councillor's motion is asking for. What it doesn't do directly, but that we've talked about, is that as projects become clearer in terms of timing and resource requirements, that we do have the opportunity year after year to bring that to the budget process to ask for resourcing. And that is naturally how we would proceed with these things. As we're ready to go on a particular initiative, we would either come to council or pursue those other opportunities, federal, provincial funding, or whatever other sources might be. So it's a long way of saying I'm not sure, I guess, in terms of how we can work within this motion.
When does the working group become formed?
Pending approval by council, we will move to do this in the fall as soon as possible. We'll take the summer when it's difficult to do these things off, but we will move forward and we will have this up and running in the fall.
Okay, and so in line with your comments in regards to the timing and coming back in this motion, it speaks to having that information timeline secured before budget 2025. You're already starting to write budget 2025, and the fall is when we're discussing it, and you'll just start having the working group up and running. So my assumption would be is that they won't have established, to your point, I'm summarizing your words, but they won't have kind of those timelines necessarily nailed down.
That's correct. I don't think we will have this, and Councillor, your chair, you're quite right that budget 2025 is being put together now. In anticipation of the initial period of this, and speaking to some of the coordination that the community talked about, we have built into our own department resourcing to provide support to that process. Tom's position, his colleagues, much like we did with other strategies where we provide at least a core group initially to move things along, to coordinate, to resource. And that will bring us to the next step where we have more concrete plans, we have more specific initiatives and timing. But that, unfortunately, I don't see that being in the ready for a 2025 budget insert. We'd have to know that essentially now to be able to do that. And some of the actions in this report, there's already plenty of work that is resourced internally, because it is work that we would do likewise. And that's both internal policy work, but it's also, for example, in this report, it looks at something that was just mentioned, programming at Richelieu Vanier. Well, we will not need extra resources to that. We will have to channel existing programming staff to say, how do we start to align with this and do the work to produce programs? So I think for the initial part of this 10-year horizon, that we have the resources in place to do the work, and we have a process to take us to identifying things that we don't have that we need.
In hearing, I'm going to ask if anyone has any other questions in respect to either the motion or the report before us. No? I will just say, having heard from staff in regards to your motion, I'm a little concerned about tying the hands, not just of staff, but that working group. They might come forward, have even tighter timelines, more ambitions. I'm wondering if you'd be amenable, Councillor Plante, to either holding off on that motion or making it a direction that they'll bring it back when the working group has been formed, which would be around the same timeline. It just might not line up directly with our next budget. So that way there's a little less pressure on the working group. They can come up with that, but they're still set. Well, there's still concrete actions in place.
That's totally fine. Yeah, let's do it when the formation of the working group is done, and then we can bring it forward then. That's fine.
Okay. Does that work for you, General Manager? Dan?
Yes, Chair, that would be a better approach for us. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't buy you long, and we're not trying to give you too much time, but just to get that working, because I understand the working group is going to be very reflective of, once again, those who need to be at the table. So I look forward to hearing what they bring forward. So if that's amenable, we will have to, I'm looking to my amazing committee clerk here. Can we revise the timeline a little bit in there in that motion? Can you work your magic? Dan, do you have a suggestion on the wording? Sorry, I don't like to write up motions on the fly, but I think we can. Would it be preferred, and I guess I'm looking to you, Councillor, if it was a direction for now, because my understanding, and clerks, please correct me if I'm wrong, if it's a direction right now, that staff come back in early Q3 2024, which is right around budget time, and we're getting started, and then it doesn't remove the ability for the councillor to put forward a motion at that time. I'm looking at Eric and Claire, Carol. Yeah, is that okay?
Yes, I'd say that was
Okay.
acceptable.
So if that's okay, what we'll do is a direction now based on the motion's words and saying that you'll report back as to when that working group has been formed. And then if that doesn't meet your needs, then we can just bring forward the motion. Sound good?
No, that
Yeah,
works
we're
for
good
me.
with that.
Thank you. I'm looking,
All right.
I'm avoiding the gaze of the community because I think they may be a little more, they may want this to come up a bit quicker, but I understand the reason why. Thank you.
I think we want to give this a fair shake, right? And we want the right people at the table, and, we're heading into the summer months, and frankly, the work won't be done as quickly as that. And we just want to make sure that we have everything lined up for ultimate success at the end of the day. Okay, so thank you very much, Councillor, for working with me on that. Thank you, staff, for well, hastening your process, because you will have to regardless. And seeing that there is no further questions, and that has now been turned into direction, so there is no vote needed on that. Is this item carried? Carried? Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. We have 7.1 status update, Community Services Committee inquiries and motions for the period ending June 14th, 2024. Is this item received? Received. Councillor Hill had asked for the inquiry at the beginning to be held. However, he had shared with me that he does not need that done anymore. I see he is online, but unless he indicates otherwise, we will consider it received, because I understand we had done that at that point. Eric? Oh, Councillor Hill, did you still wish
Yeah,
to?
thank you. No, I'm okay. The questions that I have been answered, so I'm good on this one, Chair.
Okay, so that item was, well, It didn't even need to be received. So it's all good. We're past that item as well. Thank you very much, Councillor Hill. We have no in-camera items. We have no notices of motion that I'm aware of. Does anyone have a notice of motion? No? Okay, we have one inquiry from Councillor Lowe. Councillor Lowe, would you like to read your inquiry in?
Yeah, so I wrote a bit of a preamble that goes with it. So I'm just going to go straight to the questions in the last paragraph of it. Given the similarities between the missions of the City of Ottawa's Public Art Program and the Ottawa Art Gallery to celebrate and preserve local and regional art, there may exist an opportunity for the two organizations to combine into a single, strong, and unified entity to continue advancing their goals. An argument can be made for the former to emerge into the latter to shrink the municipal portfolio while allowing the public art program to operate in a purely arts-focused environment. So given that, staff are requested to provide responses to the following. What are the differences between the respective mandates and missions of the City of Ottawa's Public Art Program and the Ottawa Art Gallery? What is the operating expense of the public art program and the monetary value of the public art collection? Have there been any discussions or attempts at combining the public art program into the OAG? If so, what was the reason behind the decision ultimately taken? What benefits, risks, and other considerations would there be administratively, operationally, and financially for the city if such a decision were to be considered? And if the city's public art program was merged with the OAG, what collective bargaining implications might there be? How would a merger of the public art program into the OAG affect the strength and unity of the voice for local and regional art in Ottawa? And provide responses to questions 3 to 6 in the reverse scenario as well, where the OAG is absorbed or acquired by the City of Ottawa's public art program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. We have no other inquiries that I am aware of. We have no other business. And just very quickly before we adjourn, because that's the next item, I did want to mention that this is our last meeting before the summer break. Our next meeting is going to be September 25th. I just wanted to take a very quick moment to thank the committee members for their incredible work, their commitment, their passion for this vast portfolio. This is not an easy committee. We deal with a lot of very, substantial items, dealing with people and their lives and their well-being and their success in our city, as well as their quality of life. And that is a huge task to uphold. So I want to thank all of you for this wonderful year that we've dealt with. And then I hope you have a wonderful break. I know we have many other committee and council meetings to attend to, so I'm sure we'll do that. But I also wanted to take a quick moment and thank staff. Dan, Clara, Allison, your teams are phenomenal. They do incredible work. I know I alluded to that earlier with Clara and your team, but you certainly keep our city humming, and the operations are so impactful in the lives of our residents. So I did want to thank you for that. And I would be remiss, because I was asked by Katie on Dan's team, I'm singling you out, Madame. I have to mention, and this is for the community, and if councillors can share this, that the Parks and Facility Bylaw Public Engagement Survey is now open through Engage Ottawa. And as much fun as we have in our parks, if you go out and enjoy them, go back and write a survey. Go fill that out, because I know that's the thing we want to do, right? After we've had lots of fun in the splash pad, or go fill that survey out. And I ask that in all honesty, because we can only do better in our communities and our parks and our green spaces and our natural areas if we have public feedback and input. So thank you so much. Merci beaucoup, and have a wonderful summer, everyone. Meeting adjourned. Oh, we adjourned, guys? We're good?
Yes,
Carrie?
and thank you to the chair for your amazing chairmanship of this committee.
Chair ladyship?
Chair ladyship? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.